July 2023 at 6 p.m. we start the meeting. First we'll start off with roll call. Stiles here, Hendrickson
Here.
Ferguson
Here.
Kramer
Here.
Mr. Allsworth
Here.
Special thanks to all the citizens that have come to the meeting. It's very important to have you here so we can see what your input is and understand and listen to your input. We'll now rise for the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item number 2 on the agenda is a public hearing. I need a motion to go into a public hearing for the transfer of a retail on-off sales malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license at 6:02.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say same. And I said aye also. Transfer of a retail on-off sale malt beverage and South Dakota farm wine license from Daniel C. Martin to Philip Preston to operate within the municipality at Pop's Grocery, 30 North Ferguson Street, G&G subdivision, Lot 1, formerly Outlot E, in the southwest quarter or the southeast quarter of Section 29, Township 2, Range 8, Hermosa, Custer County, South Dakota, 57744, for the licensing period ending June 30, 2024. Request a motion to approve the transfer.
I'll second it.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carried. Let this public hearing be over at 6:05. Request a motion to leave the public hearing.
Make that. I second it.
Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Motion to remove item 2 from the agenda.
Yep.
Motion made by Linda and
I'll second it.
second by Donna. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. All opposed say same. Motion carries unanimous. Next item on the agenda is the call for changes. Review of current agenda items. And one of the things on the agenda item, we may have to have legal section. I don't know if we'll have to bypass it, depends on when Mr. Hay gets here, or we will have to postpone it and go into it, but then that's the only thing that I have is to, yes, Dan.
Do we need to add Public Assurance Alliance on there for discussion tonight, or is that be on the next agenda?
I have it under finance office.
Okay. And then did we need to have ACE's invoice added underneath to be discussed under engineer?
There is discussion items under legal on that. Legal.
Okay.
Yes.
I just noticed I didn't add the microphones on under finance office.
Oh, okay.
So if I can,
Yeah, so we'll go ahead and add microphones under the finance officer. Request a motion to accept the agenda as amended. Vic makes the motion.
I'll second it.
Donna seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say same. Motion carries. Item number 4, the consent calendar. Request a motion for approval of the June 20th, 2023 regular meeting minutes.
Okay.
I'll second it.
Vicki and Linda. Any discussion? Dan?
Under engineer, when I made that motion that, but any future projects to be advertised for bids, and I had for all engineering companies also. So not just that it says directed to a different engineering company, I had said that we wanted to direct it towards, for all engineer companies to be able to bid.
Yeah, what they're gonna do is one of the agenda items on here is to send out a synopsis.
Correct.
To hire a new
In the
firm.
minutes, it wasn't
Yeah,
correct on that,
okay.
where it said directed, so I'd like to change just that one sentencing word. It is that it will go out for all engineering companies to bid, but
Yeah,
not directed to word, just a different.
yeah. Any further discussion? Request,
Pardon?
no, I'm just trying to, we had a motion, we had the discussion. Motion, all in favor of approving the agenda with the comment from Mr. Hallsworth? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say the same. Motion carries. Conflict of interest declaration. Any of the board members have a conflict of interest with any of the items on the agenda tonight? We'll be moving on then to item number 6. A review of payroll and claims. And it's in our packet. Request a motion to approve the claims as presented.
I have a question before we do that, please.
Yes.
What about the penalty? Is that in there?
Yes, it is.
Okay, just checking.
Line of number 5. Yeah,
I just wanted
I
to
didn't see it
confirm
either.
that's what it was.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'll make the motion to approve.
Motion made by Vicki, seconded
Second.
by Dan. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say same. Motion carries unanimous. Next item on the agenda is law enforcement abatement and complaints. From the committee report, do you want to talk or do you want me to?
It has been, we have done some abatements, I've done some courtesy calls to some of them that we have noticed, and being as this has been a long weekend, I do have a list of some people that need to we need to pay attention to, and so I thought we'd wait until after this weekend, but then it rained again, so it's kind of mowing in between the rain showers. So I will work on those, and then I got another one that Jill got today. And the ones I've talked to have been very good about it, and I know 3 of them that have taken care of the situation already with mowing, so, and they look very, very good. And one was just a misunderstanding, he thought somebody else had mowed it for him, and so I think it's ongoing. And if you can keep up the rain in between showers. And as far as the dumpster,
Okay.
you wanna do that one?
Yeah, there was a complaint by a citizen that the dumpsters are overflowing, and we request Mr. Ferguson, Mr. has been contacted to push the materials down in the dumpster. That will be accomplished when he gets his equipment into town. Another item on this.
Are we still on abatements or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So do we have a spreadsheet on who's being contacted and what's being done is what was done before? So we know the addresses of who's been contacted and who will be taken care of and a date of when them will be taken care of as these major properties that haven't been touched up here, haven't been addressed, or the ones down by Hermosa Hills that
Well,
haven't been addressed?
I have a list, I have not contacted those people yet, but as soon as
No,
I
the
contact.
spreadsheet is not out yet.
Yeah.
So we haven't sent a paper trail of letters then either to follow up on?
I don't
If they
think a
don't-
paper trail is necessary at this time. I think we need to do a courtesy phone call because most of them are very happy with getting this courtesy phone call. And then after two weeks' time, if they have not attempted to make any change, then we will send a letter to them, is my feelings. Because I know that several of them have said, thank you for the phone call, I appreciate that better than a letter.
Per the ordinance though, it's 5 days,
Well,
not
I
2
just
weeks.
got the abatement ordinance paper today from Jill, so.
Okay,
Another thing under law enforcement, we've done 2 interviews were completed for the town marshal. The process is ongoing. Under legal, I think we'll skip this for now. Ken Hague thought he'd be here at 6:30, then we could come back and discuss the stuff under legal. Next item,
oh, one other, will there be a cost for Mr. Ferguson pushing them dumpsters down also? And what will that cost be?
I don't know.
he'll have to submit what his time is when he does it.
You'll put it on an invoice and submit it.
Well, we should have an approval on that then
Yeah.
if we're going to allow a cost to be
Okay.
occurred on that before the work is done, just like we would on any other item if we're gonna bid it.
Okay.
So I feel we need a proposal on that and what the costs are gonna be to push them down per time. What his hourly is gonna be on that to take care of that maintenance,
Okay?
so that we know up front what we're gonna be paying on that before it can be approved.
Yeah, it's very important to know what we're gonna pay up front and understand that. Appreciate that. Let's go back to under abatements then.
So that'll be taken care of before he pushes them down
Yes.
and approved by the board prior to them being pushed down,
So that'll be 2 weeks out.
correct?
Yep.
Unless a citizen decides to come over and do it, or another board member.
Correct.
So right now, I guess what we'd be looking for is,
Volunteer.
well, either volunteer or what we're looking for from Mr. Ferguson then is to submit what it would be. We'll look at that at the next board so we can do it.
Yep.
So we're just waiting for him to provide something to us then.
It's unfortunate that wasn't brought up at the last meeting.
I think we just got the complaint. Did we not just receive the complaint on it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we know.
But I'm saying, you know, this, we knew last meeting that it wasn't going to be done anymore. And so we should have moved ahead then. But, you know, it's our first meeting then.
I see a question in the back.
I've got a question on the abatements, as far as historical record of individuals that are contacted, so that if repeat occurrences occur, you've got some documentation. Shouldn't it be recorded as far as what individuals have been contacted, even if it is just a phone call, so that you have this documentation for future?
Yes, I have a record of that.
And
And it
then-
will be presented at the next meeting.
And for every one of them, there's the same abatement sheet that's filled out, signed by the, and then it's given back to Jill, so there will be a record of it.
Thank you.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
On these abatements, what happens if they don't apply by it, or if they don't, I mean, what do they do, go to the sheriffs or something, or what do they do, how can they enforce that?
Well, in the past, the way it's been is that when it hasn't been, when they don't abate it, and then they have the public works person do the work, and, go ahead, Dan.
Under the abatement process, it's supposed to be bid out each time when it's done, and then if we don't get 2 bids, then Mr. Ferguson was allowed to do them on whatever quote he had.
Yes, ma'am.
But there's a lot of older people in this town too that don't have like lawnmowers or stuff like that, and what's wrong with, you know, people going and doing it for nothing? I mean.
Yeah, anybody can mow anybody else's place for nothing, and there's another, what's that?
With permission.
Yeah, with
Otherwise it's trespassing.
permission from the people who
Yeah,
need their stuff
exactly,
mowed.
yeah.
One of the things that why we're looking at the phone calls is Hermosa Connects has a fund over there that will pay to have someone's yard mowed if there is a true need for it. And that's one of the things with the phone call is, and then that stuff it can get them connected to that. So they have a avenue to try to get it done by the 5th day. So,
Jerry?
yes, ma'am.
They also have a program through the school, which isn't 100% launched yet, that they will have a list of kids that can be called. And the program isn't up and running exactly quite yet, but it's going to be to help the elderly and or anyone else get a hold of kids so that they have a master list and you can call. And if it's a person that's in need, like Jerry said, there's a fund there. Otherwise, you can just pay the kids direct.
Because I was gonna say, a lot of these people in this town, there's a lot of people in this town that can't afford, they live on just social security, that's period. You know, and your heart goes out to these people, it's like, why go out and, you know, charge them a fortune for
Yeah.
something that they have no,
That's,
I mean.
That's one of the
this was
reasons-
started,
Yeah.
I suggested it last year, and Hermosa Connects acted on
Oh,
it this year.
that's good, I didn't know about that.
And that's why the first phone call before the letter goes out is, and if the phone call, if there isn't good response, like, well, why are you doing it? Well, then right away it needs to be put into abatement, so.
Mhm.
And-
Yeah.
Yes, Dan?
On that school program now, will they be covering insurance for them kids and stuff? Because City of Rapid City started to try to do a program like that several years ago. Had the kids out there and several people got windows broken or damages done to their property and then went back after the school to be responsible for it. And so if they're going to put or submit this list out of the children, then they need to also be responsible. Who's going to pay the insurance? Who's going to be the one that's gonna have the circumstances of concern on all of that also, as well as Hermosa Connects, if they're gonna take care of their own responsibility, sign a waiver prior to starting the property to make sure that they're covered on that circumstance.
They'll cover that in full on the meeting next Wednesday.
And they're mostly Connects.
Yep.
It's good.
And what it is it's just lining up, this person has a need, this person wants to do it. But they can't afford it, and then we're paid for it.
And
So it's just like,
we'll have to
no
develop-
different than if I decided just to go out and ask a neighbor to mow my yard.
We have to have a waiver, we'll
Yeah.
talk to them about that then.
Okay, I'd like to, Monica, is this your family? I'd like to take a short break in the deal here. Monica's family's here. Do you want to tell us where they're from and their names? And
First, my mom is from Lithuania. Her name is Irena, Irene in English. My mother-in-law, Vaughn, she came from New York. And everybody probably knows my little one and my husband.
Nice to see you guys.
Yep.
Thank you.
Welcome
Enjoy
in.
your time here.
Loving it.
Good. Good.
As we mentioned, the legal, we're going to wait until Mr. Haig gets here. Next item is engineering. Item number 9 on the agenda, water rehab project, the WRT system. We got a letter from DNR dated June 26, 2023, not approving the design submittal for the WRT system. And Vicki, would you mind reading the letter?
Dear Mr. Stiles, the Department of Agricultural and Natural Resources, DANR, received one electronic copy of the town Hermosa water treatment system project in Hermosa, South Dakota on June 12, 2023. The department has reviewed the submitted plans and specifications and is requiring more information before an approval can be granted. 1, the submittal did not contain any specifications for any of the ancillary piping associated with the connecting the well and pumps to the WRT system. Please provide specifications for materials and installation of these items. Number 2, the submitted plans did not show the WRT system was going to be connected to the existing plumbing within the pump house. At a minimum, the plans need to show details of the overall pipe layout, location of the sampling taps, and location of the chlorine injection. Please revise the plan sheets and/or details and submit for approval. We are looking forward to receiving revised plans and specifications for approval. If you have any specific questions on what else is needed for approval, please contact me, Mark McIntyre, PE, Natural Resource Engineer, Drinking Water Program.
To date, we don't have anything back from ACES to say when they're going to resubmit on that there. One other item, yes, Dan.
Have you reached out to call them and asked them when they're going to have their reply yet?
No, not yet. They just resubmitted the lagoons, so I was just waiting.
Might be good to give them a heads up tomorrow and call again. Make sure I see they were CC'd, but that way they can do an immediate turnaround on submittal and then get it back up to us and forward it on.
And some of that is going to be talked about when Mr. Haig is here. I'd like to, in reference to the WRT, I request a motion to put the WRT system on hold after the design is approved by South Dakota DNR until after the South Dakota Board, Southern Black Hills Water presents and a decision is made on the direction the town will be taken for the long-term water solution.
Where is that on the agenda?
It's under engineering.
Yeah, but I don't see us asking for that motion, a motion to stall the project. You need to have a distinguished item on the agenda to be able to do that.
And I talked with Monica on it, and I provided distinctive items to be on the agenda, and I was told that just have to do it under the WRT because it's already there.
That's what I thought.
Not if we're
Since
going
it always
to
had
stop the
been before.
project. Pardon?
Things have always been acted on before, as long as they're on the agenda.
It's on the
Right.
agenda, Dan.
We're in the construction end of it, not in
No, we're
the
not in the construction
stall
end of it.
end of it.
No, we're not in the,
Approval and set forward on the project.
yeah. It hasn't even been designed yet, Dan.
So last meeting, you said you wanted the projects to go forward, and the
Go
process
forward.
they are,
They go-
in the steps they are with the engineer in presence, and not to move anything other than to having the projects completed as we were. Now you're saying you don't want to do that process?
Dan, what we have here, I checked with my finance officer. She told me what could go on the agenda and how the motion could be made.
Did you check with legal on it too, with Mitch?
Yes, Dan,
I mean, it's regarding WRT system, so I didn't think it would need a separate part for something like that. And I didn't listen, so.
a motion has been, appreciate your input, Dan. A motion has been made. Go ahead.
A
If
motion
Kent is,
hasn't been made yet.
I requested a motion. Okay.
if Kent is coming, can we just wait and ask that question of him rather than going forward with it? I mean, that way it would be said, done, and over with.
In all the
Then-
years that Dan has been on the board, he has always said if it's on the agenda, there can be motions made. but it has to be on the agenda.
And it's on the
it
agenda, and
is.
that's what Monica told me. So we're gonna step back. Thank you for your input. Thank you for your input, Dan. And again, I'll request a motion to put the WRT system on hold after design is approved by South Dakota DNR until after the Southern Black Hills Water presents and discussion, and a decision is made on the direction the town will be taken for a long-term water solution. Do I have someone make that motion?
I'll make it.
I second it.
I second it. Vicky, motion made by Vicky, seconded by Donna. Any further discussion? Dan?
So I do hope then that the townspeople will understand that we will then be looking at the risk of losing $500,000 of grant money that we've applied for to fix our second well, put our second well back on line with where we're at, and be able to be independent still.
Dan,
And if we
excuse me,
do
Dan,
that,
I'm interrupting you, Dan. What we're discussing right now is the motion to put it on hold. There'll be a future meeting where we will discuss which way we're gonna go. So telling the community now that they're not gonna have that decision hasn't been made yet. But we need to get all the input we can to go forward.
well, I
And
think,
so what the motion is right now is to put it on hold until we have further information.
if I may, sir, I did have the floor, and I thank you for that, but I do still feel that it's very important that we are this far along on the WRT. We're asking for, or would like to ask for another submittal to be done to DA&R to get it to where we can go into the rest of the design and construction to put our second well back on, so we can still remain independent. By putting it on hold only stalls that into a farther, longer period of time, so.
In reference to that, Dan, I'll get with you
You're fine.
in a second. Right now, the WRT system is not designed. Talking with the
It
state,
is designed.
it is not designed. There are some documents that were sent to the state. The state's comment was, it doesn't look like there was more than 15 hours put into it. All it is was a presentation of the package that they could have got from the WRT system people and could have gone forward from that there. All we're requesting right now is to put the package on hold. We're not wasting the $500,000. That's gonna be another agenda item. What we're looking at right now, we're not discussing where we're going forward. The agenda item and the motion that was requested and a motion that was approved is to just put it on hold. At another time, later on, there will be a meeting after we get all the information of how much it's gonna cost to go this way, how much it's gonna cost to go that way, and then a decision will be made. That decision is not gonna be made in this meeting. We're gonna keep our conversation to what the motion is. And that's the motion to put it on hold. Yes,
I'm thinking that a motion isn't really necessary because of the fact that we have to have motions to approve the construction company to do the job and so on and so forth. I don't think there's a necessity for a hold on this because we won't go forward with it until we do have the design and the construction company chosen and set forward.
and I understand what you're saying, but right now in the contract with ACES is for the design, the bid out, options, go out for bid, and then construction. So we do need to have a motion so we can stop that contractual action after the design and put it on hold until we do the other stuff. Until we have the other,
But we need her to finish the design
Yes,
and
that-
the cost estimate and all of that.
well, right, the cost estimate, and we're not gonna go to the bidding documents yet. At the end of the design is what we're asking to hold it at. Because in the future, if we look at where we're gonna go, and it's not that, we don't need to put any more of the citizens' money into it. Right now, we're not deciding which direction we are gonna go in the future, we're just looking at putting, stopping the project where it at is so we can be so it can be reevaluated.
And if the design is not finished, then it shouldn't be stopped.
No, the motion, again, I repeat it.
Please, thank you.
Request a motion to put the WRT system on hold after design is approved by South Dakota DNR. So it's after DNR
DNR approved.
approved, that means that the design is sitting there, ready to go. So if we decide to go that way, all we gotta do is just put that into motion. If there's no further discussion, we'd like to take a vote. Anybody from the public? Okay, again, I will repeat the motion again then. Request a motion to put the WRT system on hold after design is approved by South Dakota DNR until after Southern Black Hills Water presents and a decision is made on the direction the town will be taken for a long-term. That motion was already, motion was made by Vicky, seconded by Donna. We had the discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say same.
Aye.
The motion, there's 3-4, therefore it carries.
I just think it's an unnecessary step.
Excuse me.
Sorry.
Item B, the Hermosa sidewalk project. The project has been awarded to True Form Construction. I attended the pre-con at the Custer County, or at the, up in Custer with the South Dakota Department of Transportation today, and work will be starting tomorrow. Chuck has been in contact with True Form's project manager and project foreman. The work will start tomorrow. They'll be starting to put up some of the road barriers and stuff. And there's going to be 11 o'clock meeting between the South Dakota Department of Transportation, the contractor, and Chuck tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Yes, sir.
So on that, is there going to be discussion with the streets portion of it too, so they're protected and made sure that they're going to be put back the way they were before construction started? We've done that on every project, otherwise you know what happens and what happened on Fifth Street, so.
That there is something that Chuck can, when he's at the meeting, he can talk on that there.
But he's not a town board representative.
If you want to attend as a chair of the streets
I
committee,
would
you're
appreciate
very
that.
welcome to attend, Dan.
I'd appreciate that.
Where is that meeting? Right here in the office?
No, they've already had the pre-con, that was up there. Now this is where the workers are meeting, they're starting to stage stuff, and they're gonna start talking about stuff. It's gonna be in the field.
So Chuck, do you know exactly where that's at?
Where at?
Where at, please?
Meeting on 4th Street.
4th Street?
North, Fourth?
4th Street.
4th and Violet. That's the new sidewalks going
Yep.
from 4th and
Thank you.
Violet over to 2nd and Violet.
Okay, thank you.
Chuck has all the plans and drawings on it. You're more than welcome to attend as the chairman on that committee. If you want to take pictures of the condition of the road, whatever you want to do to be able to document it in case there is damage in the future, that you'll be able to bring that back, and that would be good information. And you can do that as the chair of the streets committee.
Jerry,
Yes, I need to see you back there, sorry.
normally that's done at pre-construction, those type of items identified so that the contractor and the town are aware of that concern.
Yeah. And some of the, when I was up there, I talked to some of the things. A letter went out, email went out from Monica to the chair of the streets department and to me. The chair of the street department declined to say whether he's gonna go or not, so I said I would go.
I guess I've never seen it.
Didn't see the email? Sent it
No,
twice.
I didn't.
Yeah, it was addressed on the email. But anyway, understand what you're saying, we did discuss some of that type of stuff, but we'll be able to move forward. And with Dan going there and looking at it, and that, they talked about taking care of the streets, they talked about making sure they coordinate with the homeowners, because they're gonna have to cross their driveways, about making sure everything got put back the way it's supposed to be. And that's one of the things that, that's part of the contract that they have. They have to do that, and if they don't put stuff back, then we go back to the South Dakota DOT, who is managing and overseeing the contract, and let them know our concerns. Once they know our concerns, and I got the point of contact up there to talk to, and once they know our concerns, and then they would put that back onto the contract to make sure that it was taken care of before they make final payment or accept the project. We will have input before that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Dan.
Is Mr. Ferguson doing this just underneath of his public works contract then, salary?
It started out with the location, and I said it would be better. Trueform said that they would prefer that I was there and walked the site with them to point out any curb stops that might be in the road or whatever, and one thing and another, so they were very much in favor of that meeting and the walkthrough rather than,
Sure.
you know, the pre-con meeting is fine for big stuff, well, it gets right down to what they're actually gonna do, then I told him he was confirmed that that was a good idea. I mean, to get this work with their job foreman and walk the site and see what obstacles might be in the road, and he mentioned a couple of culverts that had to be taken out and replaced or removed or done something to them, and I said, we'll look at that at the time, so that's scheduled for 11 tomorrow, isn't it?
Yes. Because there are some places, like you said, that there are utilities on the drawing, but some might not be all there. And so they actually requested to have Chuck at that meeting.
Very good. No, that was just my question, if you were gonna still do it under your present performance contract costs, so. Thank you.
Yeah, because he's not doing the inspection of it or doing any of that work. He's just trying to put the information out, get the information to them so they know what to do. There's also going to be a South Dakota Department of Transportation person here also to do that. It's in their scope to walk and talk to the people along the way to ensure that what they're going to do across there when they cross their driveways is going to be amenable to them. So. Yes, ma'am.
When do they plan on having this project completed?
The project completion, I gave Mike the big sheet there to, yeah, do you have a little sheet that I gave you, or I can grab it?
No.
Completion in October.
Yeah. We got a spreadsheet that talks about everything that's gonna be done. I gave that to Chuck, and then it also gave one to Monica for the office records that shows exactly, it's gonna be done in 2 phases. It shows when things are gonna be done, what things are gonna be done at this time and this date, so we can kind of watch that and follow that, so.
I can include it in next meeting's packet as well,
Yeah.
so everyone.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 9C, sewer project lagoon design and expansion. ACES submitted a design package on June 30th, 2023, based on the June 23rd, 2023 comments letter from South Dakota DNR. Under the plan section of the above letter, South Dakota DNR section page, on the second page of their letter, and it's in the packet, they state, the proposed design for the town of Hermosa's lagoon expansion project has the capacity to support a population equivalent of 519 people. The limiting factor is the hydraulic capacity of the system. The organic capacity, as they figured it, was 573. And this is based upon the recommended design criteria manual wastewater collection and treatment facilities for lagoon system design. Something that should have been addressed and looked at during the design. To me, this was very alarming. With the current population I got from Monica today at 382, that was in 2002.
20.
2000.
20.
Oh, yeah, 2020. 2020. In 2020, the population was 382. Since then, there's been about 20 new homes added. 17 over in Hermosa Hills, and 3 new within the city, the older city limits, boundaries. That brings it, that gives a plus 80, because when her figures, what she was saying is that it takes about 200 people, 50 homes for every 200 people they serve. So if you figure that's about 4 people per home, so you take that homes times 4, you come up with it'd be another 80 people. So that brings it up to 362. Right now is where we're setting.
462.
Yeah, 462. I'm sorry. Yeah, thank you. 462. And this doesn't include any of the new homes. Right now, there's some active projects on some platted property. Chuck has a couple that he's working. If we go down by the G&G, just by the, who's that one guy's name? Yeah, Gary Hunsucker, he has projects coming in. That totals to about another 10 homes that are coming in. You take that times 40. So right now, with just what we see right now in the future, we have 502 is what our population would be, rough estimate right now. And they're only saying that it's service 519. Okay, I'll carry on. Okay, this does not leave much room for growth. It will be hard to justify spending about $1 million for a project that will be undersized in, I'm saying less than 5 years, but probably less than that, depending on the construction in the Hermosa Hills area and up on the Preston development. And it's really, would be really tough to ask the public to say we're going to do $1 million for something that's going to be outsized in 5 years with a payback loan of 30 years. And and I understand some of that would be 30% of that $1 million would be is grant money. I think it's around a third. Keep going forward. ACES did not use the recommended design criteria, manual water collection and treatment facility for the lagoon system design. Reading ACES design on page 10, this is stated in there, quote, "The design approach ACES has taken is to allow for the treatment system to be maximized within the town's own partial area and to allow the system to function in a more efficient manner." She goes on to say, typical lagoons require about 1 acre for every 50 homes or every 200 people served. If you go down, page 4 of the ACES design document, total area of the 3 new cells is 6.9 acres. With the information provided, the population equivalent to that is what she's saying in her design would be about 1,400. ACES goes on further to state that the capacity of all 3 cells is 21.57 million gallons at the 5-foot level. The state came back and they're saying that the operational capacity, which is at the 2-foot level, is 11.43 million gallons. With that said, I'd like to request a motion for Monica, Chuck, and myself to call Tina McFarland and discuss why the difference between the 519, because it's 2 different ways, 519 to the 1380. We need to try to get that resolved. If it comes back that the 519 is the real number, we need to look at what some of our options are moving forward. I request that motion be made that we can make that call.
I'd make that.
Motion made by Vicky, seconded by,
I'll second it.
any discussion?
Don't you feel that it maybe would be good to include ACEs to have her justify then why her numbers aren't accurate and where she calculated them from? If she's the one that calculated them, it'd only be right to have her justify.
We've requested ACES to do other things. ACES has not answered some calls, and we can do that, we can request it, but that's also gonna be addressed later when Ken Hague gets here.
But I still feel she needs to be accountable.
Oh, I understand, she needs to be
So,
accountable,
find
and we
the
have
numbers.
motions coming that is gonna hold her accountable.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So do you want to amend that motion that she would be contacted
Yes.
and also include?
Amend the motion to have her be contacted and see if she wants to be in on the call.
Should we have Kent and Ann on it as well?
I do not want Kent.
Well, with the settlement agreement that's in place, that's where the attorney was, where anytime we talked to Tina, if you remember right, Tina
Please direct your
said she
comments
wanted.
to the chair, Dan.
But I'm just expressing that Tina in the last phone conversation expressed that she had to have Ann, the Assistant Attorney General, at any discussion, as well as our legal counsel at any discussion.
Okay, I didn't know that. If
Since
that's the
there
case,
is a
if
settlement agreement.
If that's the case, then we will invite him. But what we want to do is we want to get back to having a working relationship with the engineers at the state level. This whole thing has gotten out of control with the engineer. The thing on the South Dakota, on the road, the water and sewer that's going north, had to bring in a lawyer and go up to the top and hammer down. Now on this here, up to the top, come back down. We need to get back to having a working relationship at the technical level, and that'll preclude things like that in the future. But again, that's another item that's gonna be discussed when Ken Hague comes to the meeting.
So
But if we-
that motion should be amended then to allow Tina to make Ann, the Assistant Attorney General, aware of it, so that she can be included as
I don't
well as
think we-
Mr. Hague.
I don't think we need that in our motion, because that would be her responsibility. Now, if she says she wants that and she wants it back,
Okay.
that's up to her who she wants at the meeting. Now, if she wants them at the meeting, and then she will tell Monica, yes, Monica.
If we do have names in the motion who we want to be on the call, we have to have all the names that I need to contact for the call.
If you're,
Yes.
if you remember when, oh, here's Mr. Hague now, thank you. We were just discussing settlement agreement in the lagoon process in the last phone call we had.
Dan, just a
And
minute.
in that
Dan,
phone call-
excuse me, Dan. You-
I'm on the floor now, sir, so please. But I'm just asking for the rest of my discussion, if you may, that with that discussion, we were discussing that with his reference, he was there, that Ann was asked to please be at that meeting as well as legal counsel, and that we please allow it to go forward from that process, that the finance officer do the notes, and that Kyle Dorr was involved in that since he's been involved in it, and then the president, of course. And then if you want anybody from the lagoon section, the sewer section of it also to be included, that they please all be included. If you'd like that to be also backed up with Mr. Hickey was there at that phone call.
I think having Chuck there, myself there, and if there is a requirement to have the legal, and then we'll go that direction. But I know it's the agreement, settlement agreement, but a lot of this stuff is gonna maybe be answered when Mr. Hague talks in a little bit. And we need to move forward with it. We need to have everybody in there. With the way this is going, if it doesn't come out good, you know, if the 519 is the number, then we might have to go back and relook at things. But that'll be made, decision will be made later, yes.
I don't know how technical the state is right now with this, but I do remember that in the past, in projects that have been secured by us and other cities, that at the time of projects, they were not going with future expansion. Because the state flat couldn't keep up with future expansion in, whatever, 90 towns that there are in our state. So at that particular time, they weren't allowing the expansion on the numbers. And that is just a thing that I remember from several years ago. Just thought I would put that out there, so.
And thank you for your comment. The whole purpose, when I said on the other side, listening, was the lagoon upgrade was gonna give us capability for growth. And if it's true
That is.
519, that is not happening. So, what I'd like to do now is take a break from here. Yes?
You have a motion on the floor, so you have to
Oh.
act on.
Can I make a,
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a feeling that Dan has stepped down, that he is trying to overtake this meeting, and Jerry is our president of the town board. And I think you need to zip it at times.
Excuse me, sir, but it's a matter no different than any of the other trustees. They were given their time
I
when
know,
they
but
had the floor.
when Mr. Reed walked in, you took over the conversation immediately.
But
And
ma'am,
that
I
is
did
Jerry's
have the
job.
floor.
Yes, you
President.
should, Dan, I understand you did have the floor, and you could have released the floor back. Or as the chair, I could have requested. If you go back to Robert's rules, we go out there, you put a motion out there. Each person has an opportunity to talk. And before that one person can have two conversations, have the second thing, all the other people have to say they don't have anything. And then, according to Robert's rules, it's two times you can discuss on a motion. Now, you can amend the motion and then discuss further on that, or you can amend the amendment. But then you need to talk about the amendment, and then you get that taken care of, the amendment to the amendment, then you do the amendment, and you come back on. But we're not gonna get into long, drawn-out procedures. Let me go back to where, the motion that's on the board right now, and I'll reread it again, and if Mr. Hague has input as to what he knows from the legal side, if you need everybody in it, and then we'll do an amendment to that motion. But, okay, request a motion for Monica, Chuck, and myself to call Tina McFarland and discuss why the difference between the 519 and the 1382 and the 519 in the is the real number, and what are some of the options. And then Dan amended that with his conversation to include ACEs, to ensure that legal is involved, if that's what the state wanted, and also have Ann from the state side and the people that they see need to be on there. So the way the motion, so if we had the motion, now let's vote on the amendment to the motion. All in favor of the motion? Go ahead.
I would have a comment on that, Mr. Chairman. The important thing on this, if you go without counsel and without the engineer stuff, is of course inform them ahead of time that we will not be there with legal counsel. Because if she's there, she may say, sorry, meeting's over, you guys go get your lawyer.
And that's why I think it's important that if, I did not know that that was the case at the time. I'm just getting into and learning this stuff. It was presented, and if that's the way we have to have everybody in, because that's the way it was done before, then we have to have everybody in.
Sure, and it doesn't have to be with lawyers every time. The parties to any action can communicate at any time, but never can they communicate from their lawyer directly to a party or me directly to them as a party. So as long as you know.
One of the things that I was looking for in this meeting here was to, and as I mentioned earlier, this whole engineering, I don't want to say fiasco, but with the water and sewer line going north, the facilities agreement that the state wouldn't use, the lagoon project, the WRT that was submitted and declined. We need to build back from the technical level, technical conversation. And then, if that leads to needing to bring lawyers in later, that's where it needs to be. But we need to back down and work it at the technical level. Okay, because technical decisions can be resolved and discussed, but once it gets in outside of the technical realm, that's when it gets tougher. So we're not gonna be asking anything about doing any change to the settlement agreement. We're already in violation. We're already paying $100 a day. And so, but, you know, Dan made an amendment to it. I think we vote on that amendment, that we have everybody at this meeting, be the first one that I am, have everybody there as Dan recommended. And that would include, I guess, yourself. Go ahead, Monica.
What if we would make a motion to attend three of us, and then specifically say no legal counsel, so.
Well, that's what the original motion was, and then Dan wanted to amend it. So what we need to do is go back and discuss Dan's amendment and vote on, you know, Dan, yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Only asked my question to Mr. Hague, with us being in the settlement agreement, our last conversation was they felt legal counsel needed to be at every discussion because we are in that unique position with the settlement agreement. That's the only reason I brought it up.
Yeah.
If we don't need legal counsel and you don't feel we need it,
Yeah.
and we want to meet with them and they're acceptable to that, then that's so be.
Because there's pending litigation, I wouldn't say litigation, but certainly pending proceedings or dialogue arising from potential litigation, being that settlement agreement, then it's advisable to have legal counsel there, because the whole point of legal counsel on the front side is that you don't have to hire them on the back side, like it's really expensive. And if you can avoid problems on the front side. So, but.
And I understand what you're saying,
Yeah.
and legal wasn't involved adequate enough at the front side of, and when the contracts and stuff were written, where we're in, that's why we're in that predicament now.
Sure.
And so, I think, Dan, do you move your motion then?
No, I don't.
Okay, then what we need to do is vote on Dan's motion, is to have everybody there with the discussion that Ken Hay had.
Did
I'm,
anybody second that amendment?
oh,
I'll second it.
she'll second the amendment.
Thank you.
And then, any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye.
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 Aye. So we'll move forward then with it to include the legal counsel and stuff in on the conversation. But, just a second, Daniel.
Okay.
To involve legal in it, but into the future, we need to get back to working one-on-one at the technical level when we have projects up there. We've got to get away from having legal involved in everything we do, because, and I think you're gonna have some solutions when we turn the floor over to you, let you talk, but, so go ahead.
I just need clarification on who said nay.
Oh,
Vicky and Donna?
yes, Dan.
And then we'll vote on the original motion.
Yes. What we'll do then is vote the amendment, request a motion to approve the original motion with the amendment being approved.
Okay, so you've included everything into
Yeah.
one? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you for that clarification.
Yeah.
I think that.
Can you second it? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We'll move forward, request Monica to contact the state and try to set up something as soon as possible. Because we are paying $100 a day, so.
Make a motion to that.
before we do
Yep.
Mr. Hague.
Yep.
So that could get exactly, it wouldn't carry on.
Do you want to second it?
Yeah.
A motion made to take a 5-minute break. Second, a motion made by Donna, seconded by Vicky.
Mr. President.
Yes.
Jerry, that $100 a day now, the people of the city are paying that, right? We're paying that out of our pocket, right?
And there's agenda items later and motions that will be made that discusses that.
How come that was never brought up, that we're stuck paying that $100 a month, or $100 a month for that?
It's a day.
A
A
day.
day, I mean $100 a day.
I can only talk from when I became the board president, and that was actually fine and stuff was in effect, and penalties were in effect prior to when I took taken over. I am trying to address it in this meeting. I'm going to request motions for who I feel should pay, and hopefully I get the support from the board. And if we do, then we need to.
I just don't understand why we get stuck paying for those penalties when it's not our fault.
Still pending,
It,
kind of, sort of.
motions are going to be made later on to try to, motions will be made to say who is going to pay for it.
Okay.
And the motion won't mean that for the citizens, but if you can just bear with us until we go further. But right now, there is a motion on the floor to take a 5-minute break. And we need to, all in favor? Aye.
Nay.
What are you taking a 5-minute break for?
No, it doesn't matter.
What is the 5-minute break for?
Stand up and walk around, because it's gonna get long.
We need to, some people,
Stretch my leg.
and we need to use the
Does
ladies.
all
Nobody can
we
talk
say
to
the
each
time
other. No
we're on
talking.
Oh, you
We
guys,
ain't gonna talk,
we're not
We're
gonna
just
talk
taking
among
a-
each
I'm just
other.
asking.
short break. We can't talk to each other in a quorum situation like that.
No, everything up here is silent.
Did we say the time when we're taking the?
At 7:03?
7:03.
It's always.
Did we finish?
Now, you
the
guys can
motion?
talk together all you want.
All those in favor? Oh, we did that. There was 3 ayes, 2 nays, basically.
I'll call this meeting back to order at 7:08. Might be 9, I can't see that far. One of the things what we want to do now is go back, as we mentioned earlier, we go back to legal, the legal section on the agenda. And as I mentioned a few times, that some of the things and the way forward will be discussed by Mr. Hague. And then we'll go on, and then there'll be motions made as requested as to who pays. So we'll start off with Mr. Hague.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In about a week and a half ago, I had a conversation. I was meeting with an engineer that does pretty much all my work on my developments. Mike Toohey with TDG Design, used to be with KTM. He's real sharp, knows a lot about municipal systems of every type, civil engineer. And also on his staff is Ted Johnson, who used to be head of one of the top chief engineers for the city of Rapid City, in their department for years and years and years, up to about 3 years ago. So that's kind of the context for the conversation. And I mentioned to him that we might be looking for, meaning Hermosa, might be looking for a new engineering firm. And because I understood that Leah Berg had just submitted her resignation at that, a little bit before that time. So regardless, it looks like we could be looking for a new engineer. And he's also somewhat familiar with the projects that we have going on out here. And he came up with a very good suggestion. And that is that he recommended that Leah Berg hire him or his firm as a subcontractor, a consultant. And she would still be the stamp on the plans as the licensed engineer that's submitting them. However, it'll be very clear to all parties involved, especially the state, that his firm is the one that's really essentially doing any design revisions. He's very well respected with the state, as is his staff, and has good relationships with them all. And he's the kind of guy that's able to he's no BS. He'll just tell it like it is, and they know that. So he's respected. What this does is it's a solution to address all the projects we have now in a competent manner, getting to the state, with them to look at it with a fresh eye. Yes, it's going to be Leah's stamp, but undoubtedly, she's not going to stamp off on anything that her subcontractor, TDG Design, doesn't approve. So, and I had a conversation with her today regarding that. Now, the big benefit behind this is it gets our projects addressed by the state and hopefully approved by the state as fast as possible, faster than any other way, because we simply aren't making any progress with Leah. I have nothing against her. I think she's a pleasant person. I just know what the state has told me. Okay? So what this achieves for the town is that instead of a new firm who cannot ethically and will not just stamp off on somebody else's plans, that would cost, we've spent a couple $100,000 now on these various designs, that, at least. So we don't need to do that again without some assurance, or even with assurance, but without some assurance that there's going to be approval. What gives us the best shot at approval? Well, getting a competent design submitted to the state, that at least that they think is competent. So it achieves this by putting the fresh eyes, the fresh subcontractor on it, but it'll save us all that cost in redesigning the same project. And they'll look at it and they'll say, well, you know, this test needs to be conducted first before we'll recommend approval. But what's nice about it is they don't have to redraw it, redesign it, rethink it, restudy it, and charge us for every second of that. Because that's what will happen if we hire a brand new law firm or engineering firm. That it's just going to cost a lot of money. And I think they charge worse than attorneys, but anyhow.
Now, we can get two and a quarter engineers for an attorney.
Yeah, well, look what you get. But the bottom line is it would be my recommendation, and I had this conversation with Monica and the board president last Wednesday or Thursday.
Friday.
Was it Friday? Okay. And I made that recommendation based on the conversations I had with Mike Tooley. And he would put Ted Johnson on it, who works for Mike. And Ted is getting close to retirement, like in the next 6 months or so. So he said, if we're going to do something, let's do it pretty quickly, because he would really like Ted to address this. He'd be the guy to do it. A lot of municipal experience, again, very well respected. So if we can achieve everything that's necessary for the state to get it to yes and approve it, or if it's not approvable in TDG's design, they can make a recommendation to Leaberg that you got to do it this way, and not just a tweak here, a tweak there, but whatever it is, she will follow their direction. That's going to be my pending approval tonight. That's going to be my story to the Deputy Attorney General that I'm working with, Ann Mice Bailey, that we have, that we're going to proceed in this manner. It will help greatly in getting getting them to understand that somebody else is actually designing this thing. Now, the other part of this is that the town has spent a lot of money and it doesn't have anything they can essentially use yet. I'm not saying they're all wrong and they all need to be canned, but we have a lot of money invested. And so the big piece about this is I will again, pending approval tonight, I will contact Leah again. I talked to her today. She's in full agreement with what I just recommended. And I also told her that the town would pay for Mike Toohey's services as a subcontractor. But we want complete flow-through charges. She will submit I will insist that she submits the invoices from TDG Design Group without her putting a markup on it, which would be usual and customary, a 10 to 20% markup for a subcontractor like that. But we're not going to permit that. And because of my, I guess my strong business relationship with Mike Toohey, I'm very comfortable that he will fully disclose with me. Because it's under this type of situation, he'll fully disclose with me his direct billing costs. So again, we're not getting marked up there. The reason I suggest this, because sometimes it just you think, okay, it's good that she's hiring a subcontractor to achieve what we need to do. That's job one. And I think it'll go a long way. But something kind of viscerally feels bad about paying for her hiring a subcontractor to recheck, and I get all that. However, the alternative is we accept her resignation and tell her to take a hike, and then where do we sit? Even if we hired TDG Design Group, they would have to do everything. They would have to redesign, and he said, this way we can, it's under her stamp, and you're going to save a ton of money this way and still be able to achieve your desired result. So I like to always look at what's the end goal here. Get the job done, most efficient, economical means possible, and as competently as possible when it comes to design. So that's what I propose. She's in agreement with it. She has pending bills. I told her we're not going to address those now. And I acted pretty much like I'm not even sure, which I'm not real sure how much exactly it is, but I said we're not going to address that now. I want to make sure we get these designs over the plate and into the state as fast as possible.
Now, just for your information, it's $28,750 what she's invoiced, and it's not, Monica has not put that on the,
Not in the claims, no.
not
I
in the
have a
claims yet.
question though. What makes that engineer so positive that he can get her designs approved when she couldn't get them approved?
He didn't, and that's a good question, because it begs the question, well, do we want to spend this extra money when we have no assurance that it's going to happen?
Right, that's, yeah.
We will, especially when it comes to the lagoon, we will have, it needs to happen. The state is not opposed to us having the lagoon. They want it expanded, they want it fixed. And by the way, this is also a very, very large gesture from the town that we want to reestablish a level of a good working relationship with the state. Right now, it's not a good working relationship. And it doesn't, well, it does matter how we got there, but we don't, not for this conversation. So the lagoon aspect, if they know it's a competent design, they're going to look at it a little bit differently also. But Mike will not recommend she stamp off on something that they wouldn't believe has a very high chance of succeeding. So, but you're right, there's no 100% guarantee assurance, but I think given a dang good design, I
Well,
think
you
that.
know, because she said all those designs and everything in, and they've come back with
Correct.
approval. And we've spent money after money for nothing.
And so what's the, and I'm just rhetorically, so what's the big difference now?
Yeah,
Bottom line, it's not her design anymore, because the subcontractor's gonna,
I know, but if we use her design, it's still the
we're
same.
not using her design. No, she'll hire them as a subcontractor consultant. Yes.
Yes, in reference to the lagoon project, if this 519 is the real number, that's all that addition to the lagoon goes, I'd be expecting a recommendation from this other engineering firm. Is there, what can be done to correct that? Is there some pre-treatment you can do? I know that there was presented to the board, Chuck, remember when they talked about the system that could be put in so you didn't have to expand the lagoon as
Triple
much?
point.
What's that?
Triple point.
Triple point, thank you, ma'am. I was just an audience person when I was talking about that. But that's what we need to look at, because if they get to the point where the lagoon can be approved, and then the board really needs to look at, again, is that the best way to spend the city's money? As we talked earlier, I don't think you were in here then, but right now the lagoon, what the state is saying, the capacity is 519. Just rough numbers of what we are in town right now is 502. That gives us nothing for growth.
Right.
And it'd be, you know, the board does not recognize you right now, Dan.
Right.
Okay. So we need to look at that possibility, and it needs to be readdressed again. And I know I'm gonna have opposition to that, but we just can't go forward because that's the way we were going, just to be going.
If I may, and I'm just the lawyer, I'm not the policymakers, I'm not the engineer, but I am a developer. And I will say that if you did it for 519 and built it to size for that,
You're not coming.
that's not real sexy, okay?
Yeah.
We have growth coming in this area,
Yes,
big
we
time.
do.
And this town needs to be prepared, its infrastructure needs to be prepared to take that on for the next, figure 20 years, 25 years. As big as we can make that thing now and as competently as possible to get it, so there's other things you can do. You can add pond doctors, you can do there's many different ways. And I have another source out of Texas that's also very versed in these items, and I'll be picking his brain on some ideas that to share with Mike. I already put the two of them in contact with Mike too. Mike's very innovative, and he's always open to looking at new technologies and so forth. So I couldn't agree more with the fact that it needs to be as high a capacity as we can possibly get it in the amount of space we have to do it.
And the space, we've already tried that, you know, to make it as big as possible. That's kind of what her design basis was on. And her calculations were different from the state's. That's one of the reasons we want to have the conversation. But we need to, like you said, look, what can we do with that design, or do we need to have something that's going to give us growth into the future. And it's a hard bullet to swallow. Is that what you call it? I don't know. Pill, bullet, say, well, some of the pills are just like
Sometimes
bullets.
it's a bullet.
Yeah, but anyway, to go out and say, okay, we know we're getting fined now, and that's not where we want to be. But at the same time, to get out of a $100 a day fine, do we go ahead with something that's 519 people? And I don't feel, because that's what it is, something's gonna, you know, we're gonna have to come back to the public in 4 to 5 years to have growth. And that's gonna tag a $700,000 or so, a 30-year loan.
Based on my limited conversation with the Deputy Attorney General, it's my hope that we can probably at least have a pretty good shot of having it both ways, okay? Cake and eat it too type thing. We can figure out a way to maximize, expand the size and capacity of our lagoon on the stamp of land that we have, but also get them to reverse, it's my hope that we get them to reverse a great deal of these penalties if we show a serious effort in adding either a new engineer, I want to say that because that's what she told me, either a new engineer, or in this case, they will clearly understand that to do that it'd be prohibitively expensive, frankly. We only have so much in our budget. And you spend way too much on designs that don't work and lawyers to defend them. So
I agree with you.
let's move this ball forward.
Yep.
And I think this will do it. I think, and I would negotiate with Ann to waive most, if not all, of those fees in an effort to move forward on this.
And one of the things we have to, again, like I had mentioned, if she resubmitted on the lagoon stuff, I looked at it, she kind of covered some of the stuff on it. I think the thing about the capacity, she didn't really readdress that when she resubmitted. But we're gonna have to, again, look hard for the citizens. You know, we need something that's gonna have growth. I mean, that's the whole thing that we were non-compliance, and, lagoon expansion, well, maybe the lagoon, into all the ground that we own, isn't gonna give it to us. What other technology is there to use in relationship with the lagoon, as it is, without going to that big step? And that's one of the things we really need to look at. And, yes, ma'am.
So that's one thing, like the numbers just not coming together for me. Let's say our current lagoons are 400 capacity. We're expanding lagoons 3 times the acreage. So I just don't see how is it only 519.
Yeah, the acreage wasn't 3 times, I think it might be double. And that's why we want to talk with them. That's why we want to have that conversation with them to find out what is the number. Is it 500 or is it the 1,400? She used a common assumptions that in her design said that was what they were. I didn't find anywhere where they referenced them in the design, but we need to go back and, first off, find out what those numbers are. And if it is 519, we need to have not just to try to, the goal can't be just to get that approved. We need to be looking further than that, because we can't strap the community to pay for 30 years on something that's going to be obsolete in 4 or 5.
Right. I have one other,
Yes, sir. Go
perhaps
ahead.
unsolicited comment.
No, your comments are welcome.
That is, and I haven't looked at the agenda, I haven't heard, I apologize, I haven't heard the conversations before I got here. However, you and I have visited, today and before about some of the proposed motions. I would encourage at this point, there's no need to poke that beehive right now, whatever euphemism or example you want to use, because we need her to cooperate by hiring a subcontractor, and we don't want her to say, sorry folks, you got my resignation, if you don't want it, you can't make me work for you. Well, she knows that's not in her best interest to do that, because it's going to upset a lot of folks, and they're going to have it's going to strengthen any claim they may bring against her for saying, throw the turd in the punch bowl and walk off. No, it's not going to happen that way. So, what I would recommend in considering these is that they be tabled indefinitely for later consideration. Anything that picks a fight right now, don't pick a fight right now. She's very cooperative. She knows she's on, we got her on the ropes from a standpoint of her from professionally and maybe and some damages exposure perhaps. Now, engineering contracts, as I mentioned in a previous meeting, engineering contracts are pretty hard to get anything more than the amount of fees that you paid, which wouldn't be a bad amount of money right now. But that is the limitation to them. But right now, there's plenty of time. There's plenty of time to go to war on that at a later date if we feel that that's necessary. Right now, it would be an unnecessary declaration of war that doesn't need to happen, and it's not in our best interest to pick a fight.
And I guess I'm not really looking at picking a fight. I agree with you as far as the just leaving this table and not even talking about it, the
Right.
last invoice. But in the last meeting, there's the cry from the public in this meeting, we hear from the public, that they want to know who is going to pay those fines.
Well, I would recommend to the body politique that in the best interest of making the best headway, the most economically, which ultimately is what is going to result in the least amount of money out of the town's pocket, meaning the taxpayer's pocket. And everybody needs to take a deep breath, slide those issues over here, focus on the end result and getting that lagoon built, and getting the northern expansion approved, and whatever else is on that board, on that menu. But right now, you don't want to pick a fight on too many fronts. Historically, it's a bad idea.
With that said, I guess, again, we're looking at holding these funds back. We're not even, Monica didn't put them on the claim sheet. I would see these, even though the lagoon project, and I don't know why, but it's 100% paid for. We didn't even have an approval sign to get it. I don't understand that. But at the same time, she might come back and say, well, these funds were for the WRT, or these were someone else. And some of these, I just want to make sure, because what I don't want to do is open up a checkbook again and let us go backwards on that. I guess I can talk. The motions that he's talking about is one of the motions I wanted to make was that motion and accepted, if it was accepted by the board, would put the engineer liable for paying all of the penalties. And the other motion I wanted to make would make the engineer responsible to pay for the legal fees that have encountered trying to defend her non-compliance with the compliance agreement.
Those are all ones that aren't, well, at least certainly I think very, very minimal chance of any recovery of legal fees from her or her insurance carrier, more importantly. So again, we can launch those over the bow, but it's not going to help anything, and it certainly isn't going to increase your chances of recovery. And you aren't. The important thing is you're not condoning by your lack of action. It doesn't mean you're not. It doesn't mean you're condoning all the charges to date and so forth. We have plenty of time to challenge anything we want to challenge and ask to pay anything we want to have asked to be paid.
In the court of law.
In a court of law, but we start first with an insurance claim against her carrier.
Because we've had, I think, over $200,000 worth of projects that failed, plus along with the engineering fees, and I haven't got, or the lawyer fees, and I haven't got a good tally on that yet. We're talking well over 200,000, maybe up to $250,000. And we don't have a single approval
No.
for anything.
That's my point exactly, Mr. President, is that she needs to bring these things over home plate. She needs to get them in there. We paid her well to do it. She needs to get them over home plate, and this is probably the only way, under her stamp, to do it. The only way. She's not going to get anything approved.
And I just want to, and I know, like Donna said, we need some assurance, and we're gonna need information from that other contractor. And it'll be, I'm just putting in my words, the board will vote on this. But we need to know, they need to look at the lagoon design. And they should be able to tell really quickly, with maybe 5 or 6 hours of review, as of what you proposed. Is there 1,400 population capacity accurate or not? And if it's not, the 519, okay, and then they need to look at what do we need for our growth. I mean, that's in the meetings in December. We had an engineer, PhD, he started RESPEC, that's a 1,000-person employee company all over the place. I mean, he's an expert, and he tried to ask those questions in that meeting about what are you designing for? Are you designing for 500? You designing for 1,900? And what it came out is, well, just design. We're just going to use everything we got, and it didn't work. So we need something from them on the lagoon. Right now, the most critical project right now is the lagoon. The WRT, there's no pressing issue on that right now. The sewer line going north, no pressure issue on there, because that sewer line is second. If we can't get our lagoon up to speed to where it needs to be, we cannot, there's no reason to improve a line to bring more service to it.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the WRT. Right now, we're producing enough water out of the well that's there to meet the capacity of what the lagoon would meet. So the lagoon is the thing that has to be front and most important. Them other items, they need to set.
I don't disagree again. You guys are policy makers, because why would you create an additional sewer line if you don't have a place to put the sewage? Stands to reason. However, with that said, the town has an obligation, and I do represent Preston's, by the way, so just so that's disclosed, everybody knows that, I think. But I think that works to the town's advantage and Preston's advantage, quite honestly, because I can be that nexus. But the bottom line is that they paid, and are in a bargain with the town, that they paid $300,000 hard cash to make sure this thing could happen. And here we sit a number of 2 or 3 years later. And if I'm them, they've been remarkably low-key about it, which I ensure them that, you know, the town will keep its word. There's no reason to believe it wouldn't keep its word.
And I'm not saying we wouldn't keep the word, I'm just saying that's not the priority.
You can only do what you can do.
That's not the priority now, and our money, and we have a limited budget, a limited amount of money that we're not gonna pay.
Right. I would suggest that lagoon, yes, job 1, job 1.5 is the northern expansion. Because a lot of it's done already, obviously, so, but there's a private developer there that is trying to grow this town on their dime. Think
And
about that for a second.
$500,000 of the town's money.
What's that?
Over $500,000 of the town's money.
Well, not to them. I mean, it's,
Yeah, but they put up their money, there is a contract, I understand that. But we need to meet that obligation. But what I'm saying is lagoons first, we get that going, because there's no reason to finish that off if we can't even take on the
well,
customer.
once we know, yeah, I agree, once we know that there's approval, you know, then
Yeah.
Katie bar the door. Let's go with what else, other expansions we have going. That's more my point.
And we need to minimize, and that's why we need to see what he thinks it'll take. You know, maybe pay a little bit for, you know, maybe 10 hours of review to have them look at the lagoon project, to see where that's going and what it needs, and then an estimate for what it costs. I do not want to get into an open checkbook deal again like we have in the past on all this other design. Yes, Bob in the back.
In hearing all this conversation, I see where the town should be looking at trying to get the rapport back with the state.
Yes.
And by going with the sub-engineering contractor, I believe that will improve that rapport. Also, it may get some suggestions back from the state on how we can, you know, fix these other situations. And so I think that's should be the #1 priority right now, is getting that rapport back by improving our engineers or subcontractor engineer situation handled, and let them then tell us what needs to be done on these projects that the state would then approve, or would give us constructive answers to if there are any issues. So, I mean, we're beating around the bush a lot, but that's what it comes down to. That's the two things that's got to come out.
Yeah, we need to get a lagoon approved, that's why I wanna make that the priority, and we need to know what it's gonna cost. We, in the past, on the engineering stuff, over 200, or close to $250,000, and we have nothing approved, nothing. And I can't ask the citizens to go forward on that. So what I'm looking, I agree what Mr. Hague is saying, to go forward, but we need to have them do an upfront look, I believe, as to what would it take for the engineer, and then an estimate.
Well, and these people, especially Ted Johnson, all the municipal background, but Mike Toohey also, with their level of experience, they're gonna probably be able to look at it in 10 hours and say, oh, you
Or
know,
less.
just throw that one away, and you're gonna have to start over and have her do what they suggest. Or they might say that, you know, here's where this could be tweaked here, tweaked there.
And what can be added to it
Yeah.
to make it work, or where do we need to go? And that's what I wanna do, but I wanna have an idea of what that's gonna be.
I think what I can assure, again, to Donna's point, Madam Board Member, I think, to your point, having them look at it with a new set of eyes where they can believe or feel comfortable that the source of the work was done by someone else.
Yes, Bob?
Was, if I remember right, when we were looking at when the town was looking at the improvement to the lagoons, they were considering the north expansion, if I'm not right, as part of the influence on that lagoon. So that part of adding additional sewage to a bad situation was part of the design specs for the new lagoon.
And what the design is now, according to the state, it has no room for expansion, maybe 10 new homes, and we'd be past our limit. That's why we need to, and that's why we need, not only them just to get this, what's on the table approved, and then where do we go? Do we go forward with that? No, I think we need to have them take a look. Because we're stopping and we're taking a look, we need to have them look at what can be done to give us the expansion that, like Bob said, he was on the board then, this is what we were all looking for. We're looking for spending the city's money, the taxpayers' money wisely, and going forward with something that's gonna give us expansion. I hate to just repeat myself, but I just cannot ask the public to be strapped for 30 years to something. Yes, Dan?
I think the big thing when we were looking at all of this is that we gotta remember, we do have it where we are able to land apply. And that's what saves us, and with our expansion now, that land application gives us that extra room for capacity. And with this new design, allows it to where we have the set time for the land apply. Our next stage of what we had talked about, why we went to triple point, was that when we do this expansion, which the state wants, then we would be able to apply triple point at a quarter. They were talking $250,000 to apply the aeration system to this new system, which would gain us another 3 times the population without doing any other design standards. We wouldn't have to do a treatment plant, and they've already used it in Fort Pierre. They're having great success. We went through all the stages on the computer of what they had, so.
And I agree with you on that, and
Our
that's.
design is a good design, and it is, with the land application, a good situation, and with the triple point, a good situation. So we are looking into the future, and like Rob expressed, that we did look at the new development to be able to handle that in this next venture, so.
I guess, thank you for your input, Dan. I think that we can't rely on land applying as an issue, because we'll end up with the same scenario we had before, is that one of the things on the capacity is what they're talking about, is that you have to be able to retain a certain volume of water in there. And for the wintertime, and they're saying, according to meet that requirement, it's 519 people. So that doesn't give us expansion. And your point about bringing in triple point, and that's why I bring it up earlier, we need, if we're gonna go to them subcontract, have them subcontract, and then hold these funds back, and hopefully that will cover what needs to be additionally done on the design, to move forward with that, with a system that gives it either a combination triple point with what's already designed, or triple point without as big as the design. That's what we need to relook at. And someone had a hand? Doc, Linda.
Chuck, you had, that Dan had given you plans to make some different aerators, I believe they were.
Yeah.
And that also increases the expansion to the lagoon. Have you done any work on those lately?
I've looked at the materials and stuff to see what it's gonna cost to make them. It's not horribly expensive, you know, I mean, you have to run a pump, obviously, and what it does is actually sucks the water in and then mixes it with air. And
Right.
It's feasible to do.
And that's a state employee that showed you those plans,
He's not a
gave
paid employee, he's a rural water.
rural water, yeah, sorry.
And the thing is, I understand those, and I'm familiar with those units. We've used them on ponds when I was out at the base. But if we're gonna spend $1 million,
Oh,
we need to make sure that money is spent on a system that will give us this, not hopefully by putting aerators out there, because some of that works, some of it don't. So I guess without going any further into the discussion on this, I would appreciate Kent, Mr. Haig, for presenting this, appreciate him working with Lee on it. I think we need to come to a solution. Is it the best solution? No, because the best solution would have been have it all done correctly to start with. We can't go back there, we can't do that. That water's flowing under the bridge. What we can do, we just want to make sure that when we're going forward, we know what the potential costs are going to be, no open checkbook, and have an initial review of what it would take to give us what our wishes were, you know, a 1,400 or 1,600 people population. So, yes, Dan.
I'd like to make a motion, if I may,
Yes.
to, what's the name of the engineering firm?
TDG.
TDG, to be allowed a maximum of 10 hours to review our present lagoon system plan and to come back with an evaluation if they feel that it's a successful plan or not.
do we need to add in that motion that it's under her contract so that we follow Kent's advice and try to make this a very good working relationship so that it comes out better in the end?
Yeah, I would recommend that, that's a good point. And that is certainly how I presented it to Leah today, is that she will hire them as a subcontractor. The town will cover the cost of that subcontractor at this time, and we're not addressing any outstanding amounts at this time. Now, again, all in the whole aspect of keeping things on a working relationship, because we need her, but she needs us too, because, and this goes back to, I'm saying keep your powder dry when it comes to threatening to file any complaints with professional boards, threatening any lawsuits regarding bills, anything like that. There's always time for that. But keep the powder dry there right now, and hopefully it all works out and she can get these done and approved with the help of a subcontractor. She can, at that time, and we can at that time say goodbye to each other, and we got successful designs to implement.
Yes, Dan.
I would ask that we all vote nay on the motion that I just presented and let it fail, and I would make a new motion then to allow that language to be put into the motion if we may.
And I'd prefer not to tie, because they may say, well, it's gonna be at least 15 hours, instead of putting a hard hour time on it. Because, remember, we also want the
Just
subcontractor like us too. What's that?
Just an evaluation of the.
Yeah,
project.
to evaluate and report back as soon as possible. And I will be expressing to Mike Toohey and Leah that the town, it's not an open checkbook. And we don't have an open checkbook.
Now, we
So,
can bounce pretty easy.
and there's not a ton of government money sitting out there just to milk either. So,
And so with Dan's motion, then with Mr. Hague's comment back into it,
they make an initial evaluation, and that may take 7 hours, it may take 20 hours. But they make an initial evaluation of what they believe their recommendations can be, and maybe it's contingent upon certain tests being conducted, or something like that.
and then we need to know from them an estimate of what it's gonna cost to go forward,
Yes.
because we owe that to the citizens.
Yeah.
But
Yes, go ahead, Donna.
I still think there should be a limit set somehow that they can't, what's the real one? So that they can't be, we don't have to absorb a tremendous amount. Like, you're saying maybe 5 to 7 hours, you know, I don't think they should be allowed to turn a bill in for like 100 hours or something, you know?
No, I agree, and I think they need to keep us posted along the way. It's not unreasonable to ask for interim reports, and again, I will stress from the town's perspective that they take a reasonable amount of time to do a thorough review and give a recommendation as to the direction they are going to recommend to Leah, who's stamping off on it. And Leah, by the way, we don't want to spend a bunch of money on a subcontractor that Leah has, and then Leah, you know, 3/4 way through said, nah, I'm not comfortable. Well, no, you are comfortable, and you're gonna do it the way we need to have it done. And this needs to be done with a side contract, where she is going to have to agree that you're gonna hire the subcontractor, and you're gonna do it in a fashion that allows them to fully report to the town and to the town's attorney, and anybody else who asks, if it's on the board, but certainly the key folks that have been involved need to have direct contact with TDG, not to circumvent. I'm not talking about circumventing Leah, but I'm talking about having that direct contact so we kind of a trust but verify little scenario here about what's going forward, how fast it can be going forward, and is everybody on the same table, the same plate, incrementally.
Yes, I had a question from Bob in the back.
With these plans being developed, what population size are you going to give them to design these plans to? You keep saying future growth.
Yeah, and then what they talked to, Bob, what they talked about before I was part of it, when I was sitting out in the audience, they were looking at 1,400 to 1,600 for their growth.
Okay.
That's in a meeting. I tried to find the recording of it. It was a work group, and I don't know if you say work group
Work
recording.
session?
Work sessions.
We don't do recordings.
Yeah, they weren't recorded, but that was in the December, January timeframe. That's when Leo Van Sandbeek was here at the meeting and tried to have good input, but was told that being he didn't live in the city, he couldn't have no more input. So, and that was a resource we should not have lost.
Okay, that's one thing that they will need to know is what is our, expectations of the system.
And we could go back and that number could be relooked at. We got a certain number of homes, in the next 20 years, the number of homes that we think might come from the Preston development. All these numbers we're putting down at one point in time, I've sat in the meeting and listened to them as to where those are. Then we can go back and look at that population and say, that's where we want to look to. Now, potential for Preston's could be 200, or depends on how much land he uses and how small he makes it, up to 300. You know, we can't go way out of line, but again, we want to be able to at least double or triple what we have now for going into the future. And then, by the time we get double the triple, 1,400 new, 500 now, 1,000 new residents, then we're going to have more revenue coming in. We're going to have more businesses in town, and then biting the bullet to add something more to the lagoon. At that point in time, when we have 1,400 people, and more businesses, that'll be a smaller pill to swallow. And that's kind of what, so we need to get us to that point. Go ahead, Bob.
And also at that point, we'll be in a better rapport with the state,
Yeah.
and we'll have a bigger bargaining chip to look at, improved systems for, 1,500 people instead of 500 people.
Yeah, and when we were looking at, when they're going back, and you said they're good at looking outside the box and stuff, what type of systems can be put out there that, in conjunction, working with the lagoon, and I keep forgetting the triple point, is that something that can be a chain, a treatment train? You do this here, and then 10 years from now, you do this, we really need to think of looking outside the box and not just design for the whole pond that we got. Yes, Dan?
I would call for a vote on our previous motion so we can make a new motion, please.
Yes, okay. All in favor of the do you need the motion repeated? Do you have it?
No, I have it.
You have it, okay. Can you, okay, all in favor? Say aye.
I'm not clear what we're voting on.
Okay, can you reread it then?
TDG to be allowed maximum of 10 hours to review lagoon designs, and then Linda added to, that would be included in the contract price. And that's that, right?
So we're voting to nullify this motion and
Yeah.
start with a new one?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Yep.
Thank you.
And I guess on that motion, we do this, and then we find out what it's gonna do to go forward. The way the motion sets right now, then we'd have to come back and make other motions to move forward again after we got that. Do we want to amend the motion for that, to have it, and then have them go forward with it after we say yay, go further without having to come back to the board again? Is that,
So there'll be a new motion.
there'll be an amended motion to the amendment.
Well, if the first one died, you wouldn't need to amend a dead one, so
Okay.
Right.
I would just go make a fresh one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I agree with that.
Okay. What is
Well,
your vision of the motion?
I think the motion on the floor could be that the board is authorized legal counsel to proceed with a plan as discussed here to be expressed to the city or the Liam Berg, the engineer, regarding hiring TDG as a subcontractor, and that said subcontractor will be authorized to evaluate the lagoon system and report back to us as soon as possible. I don't know that it's reasonable to say they must respond with, or they must get an evaluation back in 15 days, if it's possible, great. But as soon as possible, with stressing that this evaluation is not to reach, say, over $10,000, something like that. I don't know if I even want to discuss the money part of it.
No, because I think, they're gonna have their top engineer on it, about 100,
They're
maybe
gonna try to
150,
do
something
it
like
as
that.
efficiently as possible. They will be clearly instructed that again, it's not a open checkbook, as we say. It's gonna be something that is,
Yeah.
we'll pay them for their work, and based on that, everybody can go forward. We also want to propose a contract, an agreement, I should say, it's a difference. I want to propose an agreement, could be a one-pager, or between Hermosa and Leah Bird, with the understanding that she is going to hire them as a subcontractor. It's going to be open communication. We're only going to pay for the direct hard costs from this subcontractor with no markup. And leave it at that for now.
Is there a way to do the contract with the subcontractor that the town makes the payment after the designs were approved?
I'm sorry, I don't heard.
Is it possible to say in the contract with the subcontractor that the town will pay him after the designs were approved by the A&R?
Good idea.
I think we can certainly propose anything we want to contract. So if it's approved afterwards, we will need an on-site engineer in those services. And it would probably be best if it was somebody from TDG, if they're still performing as a subcontractor, which they're going to feel, as it pertains to these 3 projects, they're gonna be much more economical to benefit from their expertise. All parties are benefiting from their expertise, not just us. This is getting Leah's tail out of the fire too. Okay? So, and she understands that, I think. So we will, as these 3, if the town so chooses, as these 3 existing projects are evaluated and go forward, that they will remain as a subcontractor status. And again, that's one of the things that Leah will need to agree to.
Yeah, can I interrupt you, sir?
Yeah.
Later on, when we get to the agenda item, we're requesting to go out for a synopsis for a new engineering firm. So in this we can't guarantee or say anything further than just the three sites. Now, that firm, the synopsis is gonna go out for everybody, and that firm can reply back to that, to become the town firm.
Yeah, it may very well, it might dovetail very nicely for TDG and Hermosa to build that
But
relationship.
one thing that we're not gonna do, because it's happened in the past and it didn't turn out well, we're going out and not trying to say anything about your word or anything, but we're not gonna take someone's word for an engineering firm and move forward. We're gonna go out with a synopsis where we're gonna be asking, they're gonna be based upon their rating. Now, if they're as good as they say they are, we welcome them to respond to that. But we can't give anything more, or even insinuate anything more than the 3 projects. Yes, Dan?
So if we put that condition on, that we won't pay them until after the approval, and they decide not to take the proposal, it's another 2 weeks before we come back to
Oh, no,
allow them to be paid until we have this evaluation.
I didn't want to, it was not part of my recommendation that we don't pay them anything.
But that's what Monica was
I just
asking.
asked.
She just asked a question.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, okay, maybe I didn't understand it correctly.
Yeah, and the thing is, when the motion's made, and then we haven't made that motion yet, she had input, he replied back his input.
I would say you definitely need to pay them as they bill out, as they go forward, because if nobody's gonna take that on.
But at the same time, the initial evaluation, $150 an hour for 10 hours is, how much is that?
$1,500.
$1,500. So, I don't think we're gonna, the 10,000 is way up there, I think.
It may be, but I wouldn't say don't even talk about money at this
Yeah.
point, except for them to And they will understand this to proceed as efficiently and economically as possible
Yeah.
and provide a sound decision based on the review.
Yep.
Almost things that shouldn't have to be said at all, but sometimes people get carried away.
Yeah. And we're not asking them to, in this motion, asking them to do any of the redesign, just to look at it and say what they potentially think it would cost to go from 500 to 1,500. And not give any restraints that it's gotta be just the lagoon itself, but thinking outside the box, additions to it. I wasn't adding to the motion or anything.
Maybe to make it easier is just to recommend, or the motion would be to direct special counsel to contact the subcontracting engineer and Leaberg and to implement a plan consistent with what we discussed here tonight. And leave it at that.
Request that motion?
Don't we have to vote on our previous motion and let it fail first before we can move on to another motion?
Which?
I thought you pulled
I
it
thought we
first.
did.
I thought you
No,
pulled it
yeah.
No, we
first.
never
Yeah.
voted.
We started to vote and then
I thought you
we were
said
stopped.
we didn't
Well,
need to.
because,
Oh, I thought you pulled the motion.
No, you can't with a motion in a second. We
Oh.
got to vote now to deny that
Okay.
motion. And let it die. And that's what we're
Let's have
gonna
a
let
vote.
fail and then do a new motion.
A vote on the first motion. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say the same. Aye.
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 Now,
Motion failed. I would
Motion
make a
failed.
motion to what Mr. Hague just referenced.
I second.
seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say same. Motion carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Hague. I appreciate you working on this and looking for a way forward. Our commitment here has to be to the citizens. We've got to do this cost-effective as possible, and I understand that that's the way you'll go forward with the
Absolutely,
conversation.
yeah.
Okay, no other,
That-
Neat.
I have nothing else to,
okay,
if you're, want to release me, then I'll,
yes.
clock starts ticking.
Yeah, we'll release you.
All right. Have a
Thank
good
you.
evening, good to see everybody.
Yep.
Greatly appreciated.
You bet.
Good night.
Item number 9 is the engineering. I'm just gonna go back and make sure that I didn't leave anything out, because on the water rehab system, there was a motion made to table that design. A motion was made by Vicky, seconded by Donna, and approved by 3 ayes. Is that correct? Okay. We talked about the sidewalk project already. We went started into the lagoon. I think we covered that pretty good. We got through that portion of it as far as the populations and stuff like that. We got the motion to have everybody at the meeting. That was approved. I think the next thing I wanted to do was, so the public knows that we have copies of it in our folders, but the public hasn't heard it. I'd request that with Vicki Wood, she'd read the violation of the settlement agreement, June 23rd, 2023 letter. Is this the one here? It was actually back in the packet further, so. This is for public, so they know what's said by them.
Dear President Stiles, this letter is to inform you that the town of Hermosa has violated the terms of a settlement agreement that was issued July 28, 2022. The town of Hermosa did not meet the deadline of June 1st, 2023 for starting construction of the sewer expansion. Paragraph number 3 of the settlement agreement states, The town will commence construction on the upgrades to the lagoon system no later than June 1st, 2023, after receiving approval of the plans and specifications by the department. Failure to comply with this provision shall result in a $2,500 penalty payment, which is due immediately. An additional penalty of $100 a day will be due on each day that construction has not commenced after this deadline. According pursuant to the terms of the settlement agreement, the penalty of $2,500 is due immediately for failure to start construction as outlined above. Accordingly, pursuant to the terms of the settlement agreement, the extension request denial stipulated penalties have begun to accrue on June 16, 2023. If you have any questions or concerns about this letter, please feel free to contact me, Kyle Dorr.
And the reason I want that read to the public, so the public will know, we want transparency, we want to know the public to know what's going on. And the fact that the $100 a day fine is going on, we talked about the strategy with Mr. Haig, that maybe the motions that I wanted to make now, we hold off on those because we can do them later. I agree with you, don't poke the bear, but the bear will be poked. So, with that said, we'll move on to the next agenda item. The water sewer facility plan, that's pending, item D. The Black Hills Council of Local Governments is pending. The Town of Hermosa Water and Sewer Extension Project. And the Black Hills Council of Local Governments.
Jerry.
No, I missed something. Oh, go ahead.
Question, please. At the last meeting, the council had indicated I was supposed to come to this meeting, specifically saying on the 5th, to discuss the situation with that water and sewer extension. And I think in that discussion, Leah and I were supposed to meet with the board.
Yeah.
I gather that has changed dramatically, and I just didn't get included in the loop.
One of the things is we tried to have it scheduled for that, and I apologize, you might not have gotten, Leo declined to come to that meeting. She said she wouldn't be able to come to that meeting. She recommended for the next. I thought that everybody was contacted on that. I apologize for that. But that's what we're looking at, what I'm talking about, Town of Hermosa Water and Sewer, and it's pending for the next meeting, when Leah can be there, to have you present what you think would be a way forward recommendation. I apologize that you didn't get that notification.
Okay, and that next meeting would be when, please?
Yesterday was the, yesterday
No,
was the
18th.
4th, it'd be the 18th. And we'll keep you in the loop if Leah decides that she can't make that meeting either.
It's been very interesting to learn what all's going on now.
Yeah. Okay, the next item on the agenda would be the Black Hills Council of Local Governments. That's pending. Hermosa Hills Drainage. A site visit was performed by Dan, Monica, and myself, and for Marie Street, and Marie Street in itself was acceptable. So request a motion to accept Marie Street and remove from the agenda.
I made a motion, we accept Marie Street.
Second? Second. By Dan, or was that a second when you read it?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
So second by Dan. Donna. Any discussion? If no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say same. No opposed.
And a second part of that, if I may, we were also gonna add that he is, with that acceptance, going to mag water the street also with that acceptance. There was the acceptance of the street with the gravel, and then he had the mag water.
Yeah, they know
also.
they have the
Thank you,
requirement of
Homer.
add water.
So we wanna make sure that's in the motion too. So
Well, what we can do is, we already made the motion, we already voted on it.
Right.
So what we can do is when we go down to The town accepts Walter Street is pending. Walter Street is still pending. The site visit revealed more work was required, potholes repairs, and needing a crown on the road from the fence north to the stop sign. Contractor was notified of the items that needed to be corrected. Equipment, right now his equipment's not in the area. He's hoped to be able to get it done mid to late August. We could make a motion that once Walter Street is approved, then he's responsible to mag water all of it. And that keeps him from having to have the contractor come out twice and increase the number of money. Does that meet what you?
Yeah, because we're not going to make a motion to accept Walter right now.
No,
Correct.
no.
Thank you.
So, but I think before we accept Walters, we will put that included in it, that they have to do that for Walters. That way we don't have to go back and redo our Marie motion.
If we may add that right on to it then with the, to accept the Walter Street mag water. And that way it'll always be in our memory to make sure that's added.
Yep.
If we can have that added to the agenda.
Do we need a motion to do that or no? No.
You
Okay,
just-
town accepts Walter
as long as
Street
you approve it.
and is pending and is based upon adding mag water to both Walter and Marie. The next item on the agenda is H, Whitney Street drainage. It's pending. We're still watching it and it's still being monitored. That's where that stands. Facility plan for the booster station, water meters, possibly add to the USDA, that's pending. Rural development application, that's pending. Next item on the agenda. If I'm going too fast, please let me know. I'm just trying to catch up a little bit of time. But anyway, next item on the agenda is planning and zoning. Item number A is permit number 2022-25 revised digging / right-of-way sewer connections, parcel 009318 and 009319. Chuck, do you have any update on that?
I do not, they have not showed up, the engineers so far.
Yes, Dan.
I've got some concerns with all the dirt that is being hauled in, and there's no silt fence, no other situations on the drainage. And normally in a subdivision, I mean, you're supposed to, in our subdivision ordinance, have the engineer report, show what your water sewer is gonna be, even if you're gonna develop 2 lots. You have to show what you're gonna do and what your proposal is. And then if you're gonna build on that filled dirt, the compaction that you need to have instead of just dumping it is what you are, or if you're gonna remove it and compact it. We have no engineer plan on that, and I really hate to see you add any more to it until we do have an engineer plan and know what your direction is gonna be, just to protect what development you're gonna do there.
Those are coming, there's not gonna be any more dirt brought in at this time because there is none available. So.
The dirt was brought in as a point of an opportunity where you dug out one other area.
Correct.
They placed it for storage.
It'll have to be compacted and stuff.
And one of the things on stormwater stuff, one of the things that is viable for erosion control and sediment control is at least 5 to 6 feet of a good grassed area. And I believe on the bottom side of that, that's there. And another, you have grass. What's that?
There's way more grass area than that.
Yeah. And so it's your responsibility to observe that and make sure that it's not going, but to add silt fences and wattles and stuff like that is not required. A minimum of the grass, that's one of the items that you can use for sediment and runoff control.
And it does run off, it's going on my property, so I mean.
We just, yeah. And the grass will stop it before it gets to the ditch, and that's what the whole intent of the stormwater deal is, that you do not contaminate the waters of the USA, which is even the dry ditches out here, so, or the waters of the state as defined. Okay. Moving on to item number B Permit number 2023-06, commercial remodeling permit application, 250 Main Street, storage lot. Brad's not here to talk on that. Has he requested you to come back and inspect that yet? That's from the town, okay. What are your plans for inspecting that? Do you feel that that is something that's within, that you want to inspect?
Well, I think it should be looked at again to see if the things were done that were suggested. And just, you know.
I guess we're waiting on Brad to
Any
make that.
request another inspection, I guess.
And it's up to the person that's doing the work, who submitted the permit, is to request the inspections. We just can't show up and inspect. So we're waiting on him. Maybe you can contact him and find out which avenue he wants to go forward with. The next item on the agenda, 10C, it's ADA compliance, American with Disability Act compliance, and for the Hermosa Community Center. After reading the 5 attachments that Mitt sent and doing more reading on my own, additional accessibility alterations are only required to the extent that the added accessibility costs do not exceed 20% of the cost of the original alterations. This is true for federal building, state building, local building, and private buildings. Based on the estimate provided by Nick, the owner of the community center, it was going to be over $30,000 to install the additional accessibility alterations. And that is clearly greater than the 20% of the very minor alterations to this facility. Based on the cost of over $30,000 for the additional accessibility alterations, ADA would only apply, according to the ADA regulations, if the alterations to the building were over $150,000. Request a motion to have item in 10C removed from the agenda.
I'll make that.
Any discussion? Motion made by Vicky, seconded by Donna.
Lots of-
Yes.
Bobby?
Yes.
I just wanted to say, I was there for, the vendors thing. I could not get up the steps. So if there's not gonna be anything for somebody who has a disability, you're gonna knock a whole bunch of people not going there.
Yeah.
And I even had a lady next to me with another vendor, and her husband had to, get her up because she couldn't get in there either.
Yep, and that,
So,
Yep.
something has to be done.
well, the point you're making is the has to goes back to the regulation. Now, there's a lot of facilities out here in western South Dakota that don't have accessibility for, to get handicapped to that position. Now, they on their own, if they think they're losing patrons,
You're gonna lose a lot of patrons.
but that's their call. But there's nothing that we can do, and because according to the ADA, it does not, because it's not cost effective, and that's why it's written into the regulations. That's for federal facilities, that's for private facilities. So that's the way, that's what the law is, and that's what regulation is, and we can't force them to do something. And that's based upon information from our attorney that he sent to us to review. Go ahead.
So we have like a schedule for him that he has to go by when to install the
Yeah,
handicap.
that needs to be, a motion needs to be made to remove that, thank you.
Yeah, not just the item,
Yeah,
but
but-
to remove the schedule
Yes,
that.
thank you very much. Yep,
Mr. Ferguson had his hand up.
Mr.
On
Ferguson.
that south entrance, there's no handrails or anything on that thing. That needs to be done. I mean, wheelchair ramp is so steep that anybody with any balance problems are not gonna be able to walk up and down it. I know that when I was over there, going out that south entrance, there's no railings of any kind to stabilize you to walk down those stairs. So that for a minimum should happen.
And I guess, I'm gonna address Chuck's concern there. Right now, according to the rules, we can't force him to do it, but we can suggest that he do it.
I suggested it. I don't know how far it went.
I think when we said we'll send a letter back to him after we take off the fact that he doesn't have no compliance issues to make for ADA, that request that, you know, and we can't require him, so we can't request, just maybe suggest that he looks at his own, some of the safety rules and reference what Chuck was talking about. But according to the ADA regulations, we can't force that accessibility stuff. Now, that's handrails going down into an area. That's different. If it was handrails where it was outside, and then there is a height, you know, that the building codes and stuff have, they wouldn't be complying with, but he didn't do anything to that section of it, so. Yes, Linda.
Bobby, I understand what you're saying, and I agree with you, but it is a legal issue for the town's responsibilities on this. It is a disappointment that it won't be done to make it more accessible, but that is it's a disappointment because the revenue that you would be spending there, we're not getting the tax dollars from, and they're not getting the dollars from in their business. But that being said, it is their business and their choice, and that gives you the right to go to a business that does have handicap accessibilities. And it's unfortunate, but it is true.
Thank you.
Yes, Lonnie.
Just a quick question on does, I mean, as a business, I'm assuming he has insurance.
Yes.
But does the town know that he has insurance, and is that something the town should know?
That's something that the town is not,
Okay, I
don't
mean,
have
that's
no
just-
reason for
Okay.
at all to get involved with.
Yeah, gotcha.
Everybody is a person, they have,
Yep.
ensure that they have their own insurance, they have to do it for the liability. The town does nothing
Okay.
to question
Yep.
their insurance or anything. That
Yep.
is personal, that's their personal business, that's their personal choice. I know some people are so wealthy, they self-insure.
Yeah, no, I was just
Yeah,
curious if
so,
the town
yeah.
had
Nope, none.
anything to do with that, 'cause
Okay, so after the discussion, we'd like to have amendment, request amendment to the original motion, to request a motion to accept, let me get down to the ADA stuff, I turned my page back.
To remove compliance requirement for community center.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, request motion to have item 10C removed from the agenda, and also to let him know that he no longer has a compliance requirement. Does someone want to
I'll make
make the motion? You want
I'll second it.
to, any more discussion?
Can we,
No, we can have discussion. What do you have to
well,
have?
he had his hand up
So
before I
is
did.
this an amendment to the motion then? Is what you made the second motion on?
The first motion was requested, a motion to have item 10C removed from the agenda. The amendment to that motion was to add,
So you need to make a motion
No.
to amend this to
no,
your motion?
they made that, that's what motion they were making.
Okay, that's what.
Okay, then we'll approve that one, and then we go back to the original motion and approve that motion with amendment.
Okay,
And have you done that? Okay, go ahead.
So, when she sends that letter to him, is it wrong in the letter to make a suggestion that he puts, out of the concern of the citizens, that he puts rails on the?
Yeah, and I think that's what we talked about, would be in the letter, right, Monica?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, because we can't force them to do it, we can
Yeah,
suggest.
just suggest it.
Dan?
but that's not our responsibility now, we just took the ADA.
Yeah, I know, that's why we can't request it, we can't.
Right.
I said
That's-
make a
Just a
suggestion.
suggestion.
But you can't even do that from the town now. It's a matter where he just, maybe as a citizen, can
That's
go
what I said.
suggest it,
Let's
or
talk to citizens.
Mr. Ferguson, but,
Yeah.
but not a formal letter from the town.
Okay, now, we go back again then. The second motion was actually request a motion to have the amendment to the motion to item 10C removed from the agenda and to send in a letter stating he no longer has a compliance
For ADA.
requirement. And that motion was made and seconded by Vicky and seconded by Donna. We had a little bit more discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Motion carried. Now we go back to the original motion, which was a requested motion to have item 10C removed from the agenda and and approved as amended. Motion? Second?
It was already done.
You already made the motion that
Yeah,
you
but-
wanted it removed and that,
Yeah, but
Oh, but then you had the.
what you have is, when you go down, you have amendment to a motion, you gotta take care of the amendment,
we just
and
did that.
then you gotta go back to the original motion and take care of the original motion, say you, with the amendment.
Right.
That takes care of the motions.
Okay, you're okay.
So if we can have a vote on that to amend the original with the amendment to attach to it. We have no more discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say same.
Nay.
Motion carries. What was your, did you vote?
Yeah, I said
Yeah. All right.
I.
Next
She
item-
heard me, sorry.
Next item is request a motion to have items D and E removed from the agenda. They both were approved in the last meeting and a motion was not made to have them removed. Motion made.
Second.
Second by Dan. Any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same. Motion carries. Public Works. Committee report, Mr. Ferguson.
Amount of rainfall we had raised quite a little havoc with the streets, you know, it's big washed out areas and places, so I'm assuming Dan's gonna take care of that. Street lights, we've had two, not the big ones, these are the PAL lights, that have, I think they come down and fix the one on the corner of McDermott and Ferguson, and there's one over on Josie, at the very end is flickering. I think maybe it was confused with the fireworks, whether it's supposed to be on or off. Anyway, I got a request to fix that. So then, water, I took the quarterly back P and the RAD in, or not, the monthly back T in, and the quarterly RAD went in today. So we should be getting that results back. We've been in compliance the last 5 times. So hopefully they're gonna release us from quarterlies. I made that statement last meeting and it still hasn't happened, but. I checked into their pump. They've gone up considerably. This one's $8,000. The motor is readily available, but the wet end is something that if somebody would happen to have one in California or somebody, we could probably get it. Otherwise, they don't really stock that kind of stuff because most of them are made on request for the staging that goes in them, for the amount of gallons you want, amount of head you have, so they have to literally design that wet end. Sometimes you can come across one that is close, that somebody has in stock. But one of the things that goes on with those, for a long time, when they were on a bench, the warranty ran out on them. But they've revamped that a little bit to installation now, so
Date of installation.
that helped quite a little bit. We're pumping a lot of water. But our loss, 3% wasn't it this time?
7.
7%.
7? Yeah, so it's well within in the guidelines, you know. I don't know what the next few days or weeks or whatever is gonna come into play. You know, we've had a lot of rain, and that has a huge impact on the water usage. There's tons and tons of brand new lawns out there that are watered 10, 12 hours out of the day, and it really shoves the consumption up there. We're pumping now more than we've ever pumped. That's all to do new additions and one thing or that this well on the hill, you know, we can use it in an emergency situation, but I think it's imperative that the WRT gets put in to make that well. We've got so much money poked into it now that we just can't walk away from it. It's,
And your concerns will be addressed when we sit down and talk to the way forward. So.
I mean, there's been good money after bad spent on that thing, and the infrastructure's there, the building's there, we just can't walk away from it.
Yep, and that's what we'll look at
Yeah.
in the future.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input on that. You said you talked about the 8,000 in the last meeting, we requested Chuck to go back and get an estimate on what that cost would be. In the last meeting, he made the recommendation that we do have one on hand because we have one well. And do you
In
still make
reality, you know, the way we're using water, I mean, we couldn't put restrictions on fast enough to save our butts. Just couldn't happen. And the availability to get somebody to come pull it, you know, even in an emergency situation, you know, what the capacity we have of 400 and some thousand gallons on supply, using 100,000 gallons a day, you do the math, it ain't there.
Yeah.
So, I think it's imperative that we have one. I just really do, because if anything would happen at all, I mean, we can sure throw this other one into production, but
But that's not good either because.
that's not good, no.
Because of the
No.
contamination level in it. So.
It's in non-compliance, and
So based upon your input, I guess I'd like to request a motion that we go ahead and purchase that, to have it on hand.
we'll probably have to order it, but I mean.
Yeah.
It's,
Yeah.
you know,
The motion is for you to go out and get it and the town pays for it. Motion made by Vicky, seconded by Dan?
Not at this point, no.
Yes.
I thought that we had already, months ago, okay? Don't ask me time, don't ask me the date, but I thought we had already approved the
we're going to
purchasing
get
of
a
one.
price on it.
Oh, it was just for the price?
Just for the
Okay,
price.
all right.
And he
Okay,
got a
thank you,
quote.
sorry.
I
I-
checked into it,
Okay.
And
I
that's
didn't
what,
like the numbers, but it ain't gonna change.
and so
yeah.
he checked back into it again, he said it's
Okay.
gone up considerably.
Yeah, I know.
We got a,
I'll second
motion made by Vicky, seconded by Donna. All in favor, say aye.
it. Aye.
I oppose, I said aye. I'll oppose, say same.
Nay.
I'm an aye. We have to have it, we have to have it.
Yeah, so you're not helping, thanks. Let's see. Chuck, any more on your items in public works?
Sewer, we've done, spraying and stuff down. Dan had asked about it last meeting if we were doing that, and it's starting to take effect. It takes 3-4 weeks for it to really, it's starting to look pretty good. We may have to hit it again, you know, just follow up. Had some complaints on smell, of course, and I checked into that a little bit today, and a 5-gallon bucket of that stuff is $900. And they couldn't really tell me offhand because the guy I was talking to was new and he had to get a hold of somebody else, one thing or other. to how much we really need to do that. Then they brought up another situation of wind socks, and those hang on the fence, and you add the deodorizer into that, and you can judge, you know, how much the smell is reduced, if you need more or less, but any part of it is expensive. And I looked into the deal, you know, we're gonna revamp every bit of this stuff. And the new construction, you know, I guess you wanna spend several $1,000s to make it smell pretty, or for a period of time, or you want to talk to other people down there, and they don't have an issue with it. But we do have one resident that's been complaining fiercely, and bad enough, in fact, she claims that it's affecting her health and they're gonna be forced to move. So, I don't know if they're requesting help to pack, or, you know, what the deal is. That's where that's at. So I guess it's up to the board whether you wanna pursue the deodorizer, or
What was the cost of the
I would
wind
say when
socks?
you have 5 residents that live right by it, and as opposed to one, maybe you have to weigh that out too, I don't know.
Vicky asked, just a second, and Vicky had asked a question what's the cost of the windsock? And
No, they were working, I talked to them again today, and they, like I said, the right people I needed to talk to wasn't there. And,
so if there's two different options, the $900 or $1,000 to put the stuff into the pond, or
well, Pond A is the one that's making the smell. you know.
into the pond, or else
The
do
stinker.
a windsock. I think we don't know the cost of the windsock, so we can't go forward until we get that information. That's the way I'd look at it. Yes, sir.
Correct. You know, everything's being done. I don't know if it's feasible to add deodorizer to it at this point or not.
And how long does the $900 deodorizer work for?
I thought he said it was 16 weeks. It would last for.
4 months, so that gets us through the summer.
Of course, when the temperatures change, you know, and you don't really have that much problem because it's froze over other than, but now we're getting into the fact that we're gonna keep Pond A open year round with pumps and aerators and all that stuff, so.
It should be better after
Take
the
into
design.
consideration that once the new construction is done, the initial treatment pond is gonna be about 4 times bigger than it is now, so I think that's gonna have a huge effect on it, because we're gonna get more wind action there that will actually help clear that up.
Yes, Dan, you had a
So
comment.
we have 12 residents there and one complaining, and we've had that in the past, and it's a new circumstance that, I'm sorry, it's unfortunate that they're disgruntled about it, but they knew it was there when they moved in, and they were here for that whole time frame. And it's pretty hard for us until we have approval to move forward with the treatment. When we get our new treatment and our new lagoon system in, then I could see us looking at doing that earlier in the spring so that the people down there aren't affected.
Hopefully when we got the new design, that won't be an issue.
Well, you know, you get the turnover, and of course, when it gets 90s, that's when it really begins to shine, you know?
Yeah.
So, but,
I guess until we find out what we know what one price is, what the other price is, find that out and then bring it back to the board then. I got it, Kathy.
I know for a fact that there's just not one person complaining about the smell. I know there's a lot more than just one person
Okay.
that's not complaining about it, because I've been talked to quite a few. There's a lot of people up in that area that have complained about it, probably not to you, Chuck, but they have complained about the smell.
And the decision to move forward on what we'll do will be after Chuck finds out what the price is.
Yeah.
There's two ways to go forward. The wind socks, putting the stuff in that will cost, what'd you say, $1,000?
It's $1,000 for 5 gallons. But
And that'll last 4 months. So we need to get the price of the other so we can evaluate it. Hearing what you say, we'll have to make a decision to go one way
The
or the
problem
other.
that you have is that when the wind comes out of the southeast, the whole town smells it then. But about 99% of the time, you don't smell it. I mean, sometimes just before dark,
Yeah.
you get a little whiff of it. One guy said, I live next to a stockyard most of my life, it don't bother me a bit.
And we do need to,
Some people's
We-
crap don't stink. Most of the time it does.
yes, Connie,
If we're gonna start this lagoon project within the, I mean, we start digging into all that, is that not gonna cause more aroma? I mean, we spend $1,000 or whatever on this and then we start digging into that and riling it all up, isn't, I mean, is that? does it
and that's
make
why we
sense or
don't
does
know,
it not?
we don't know what the option is.
It's a temporary fix. I mean, we're like putting
Right.
a little perfume on the skin body.
But we need to know what the other price is. If the other price is $300 or $200, and then we'll have to address that at that time.
The one that's concentrated, 5 gallons, will make a 55-gallon barrel, and then that can be diluted up to 300 times in the water, see, so I mean, it's a little scary when you say it's $900 for 5 gallons, but in reality, when that's diluted 3 or 4 times, you know,
But is it,
they couldn't tell me if 5 gallons would treat 22,000 square feet. Waiting for a little more information.
yes, one more
That's
question.
kind of like I used to clean outhouses for the Forest Service. And you had some pink charm stuff. And you cleaned your outhouse and it was good for a couple hours and it's still an outhouse, you know, so. I don't see your chemicals in the long term doing much, you know, besides.
Yes, Connie, another,
Me?
yeah, another comment, yeah. I mean, your comment was about.
I think it's silly to spend the money on it when we're gonna be digging into it here shortly and riling everything up, so. For one person, if it is.
Monica,
It also depends when we're gonna pump with all the rain that we're getting. If we're gonna put all that liquid in there to smell better, and then we gotta pump in a few weeks,
Yeah.
that's a waste of $2,000.
Yeah.
and that's why there's another option of the windsock. Once we find out the cost of the windsock, and then that's when the decision can be made, and maybe the decision then would be made is that we don't do anything because of the cost. I think that we need to address the concern, but we need the full cost before the board can make a decision. Yes, Dan, one more comment.
I would like to go back to the streets, if we may, if we're done with this.
Public Works. Okay, let's go back to the streets.
We normally in the summer do the crack seals on Whitney Street and Second Street. That hasn't been done. We've talked the last 2 years about chip seal done on Second Street, Ferguson Street, Whitney Street.
Thank you for coming. We sure appreciate it.
We need to know whether we can do that or not, or whether we look at doing that. The potholes need to all be filled in on the chip seal roads before they get worse. That was always done with that product we bought with the bagged asphalt millings. And then everything needs to be mag watered here as we get into the time of fair time. So
And the chip seal and stuff like that, that was part of your budget, correct, for your streets?
we haven't
No.
this year.
Oh, we didn't have no budget, it wasn't in the budget this year?
No.
If it wasn't in the budget this year, then we can't do the chip seal.
And the worry about it is we didn't have it last year either, that we're probably gonna lose most of Ferguson Street here soon, the bottom half of Second Street, because it's been 3 years now. And then we'll lose the rest of Second and Whitney to potholes, alligator, that's occurring, so.
The county come down last year, though, and worked on Whitney Street.
needed to be done again and hasn't been. We don't seal them. Every year we're going to lose that again.
Well, I see it, 40 roads every day when I drive them.
So all thoughts to keep in mind, and if it's a matter where pricing needs to be figured out on them and if we want to pursue them.
I can look at the account balances of what we have left
in
for the
streets.
year for the streets as well.
And then we figure out what those costs are gonna be, and then we can readdress it again.
Thank you.
Item 11C, the agreement for performance of services of public works and town maintenance. I believe that's the contract that Chuck works under. I'd say item C will be still pending. We'll schedule a work session on that in the future. I think that contract has to be done and re-let on
By December 31st.
December 31st. So we'll be scheduling a work session to look at that. Chuck Irvine's training expenses. I request a motion to remove this from the agenda. It has already been approved in the last meeting.
D.
D.
Remove.
It's ongoing.
Oh, that's ongoing then?
Yeah, he still has one exam to pass, so.
Okay. Okay, thank you for the input. Yep. The Walter Street maintenance, they add gravel from the streets. Is there anything you can add on that, Dan?
Cost just on it to do it. That was one of the loads of gravel that we approved for it. And if Mr. Ferguson wants to give us a cost, or if you want me to give you a cost to grade it, level it.
I think what we need to do is first is go to Mr. Ferguson as a public works person and see if he's interested in doing it and what his cost
I
will be.
wouldn't have the time to do it immediately, I mean, later, but I'm just buried. There's some pretty good potholes right at in the entrance there where you come by Dollar General. I hit 2 of them today.
Yeah, they-
Loosened some of the bolts.
And I've gone out there in the past and dug them out and put my own gravel in them just to keep my customers satisfied.
This rain raises that on all this.
Yeah, you get, as soon as the pothole gets there, the more water you get in it. Water's not compressible, so when you drive on it,
The problem
something
with
has to blow out.
potholes are if you don't put oil or something in the bottom, in your mix or something, that doesn't tread the water.
Yeah.
And that's why they call them chuck holes, because when they get wet, it just chucks all the dirt out of them.
Yeah.
Gravel and everything. If there isn't something to resist the water going in them, then they're just gonna pound right back out.
Yes.
I would like to address the water issue again quick, and I think that if we don't have water restrictions on with the amount of water that Chuck says that we're using, and I realize that most people aren't watering due to the rain anyway, but that could stop at any moment, and we could get, hot temperatures, and I think we should just put that into effect now and be done with it so that we don't have those issues. It will help the water tower, and our supply and demand.
Well, that can change in 24 hours, If
That's-
it rains or something.
That's
We
what
had
I'm
that same
saying.
trouble last year when they were trying to keep the grass going at the
Yeah.
school, and it was killing us.
Right.
I mean,
Exactly.
and to get the word out in time, of course, they put it on Facebook, and you just thought took
Well.
a shot to Pope, I mean.
Whatever.
It's gotta be done.
Wherever it goes, it just needs to go.
Yeah.
That's my
When it has
point.
to happen, it needs to happen, not 3 or 4 days later.
Right, exactly.
As from Public Works, what's your recommendations on?
Well, at this point, if it keeps raining, but like I said, we're using a lot of water. We're pumping more water now than we ever have in history. And, there's a new pump in that well, we just put it in, but
Dan?
So if we wanted to make a motion tonight, to do is what City of Rapid City does, that we go to odd and even, whatever your addresses are. And then hose watering is allowed for your plants every day, to use that and to do what they need to do. We could have it start immediately and then go out onto the billing.
Same thing as
too.
last year, because I remember the notices.
Right.
And if we followed City of Rapid City like they do every year, and they get into 1st of May is when the restrictions start, and then they end in September 1.
And hopefully we keep on getting the rain, so.
Right, so it doesn't matter.
And I guess that's one of the, that I'm thinking is, how many people with all the rain we've been getting have actually been watering that's causing that usage to go up?
That's one of the problems I see, you know, when they set the sprinkler systems up. If it rains 2 inches, the
They don't
sprinkler
care.
systems are still going, you know, I mean, it's hard to go back and keep adjusting these things. And this time of the year, this situation could change in a week's time.
Yeah.
If it quits raining and turns off 100 degrees, these people that's got $5,000–6,000 in their lawns are not gonna lose them over a high water bill.
Okay. No, I agree with you. That, is that a motion you made then, Dan?
Yes, sir.
I'll second it.
Second, motion made by Dan, seconded by,
Vicky.
Vicky.
That's your name.
Come on, hi Jerry, I'm Vicky.
I got a lot of things on my mind. Any further discussion?
I have a question.
Yes.
That street that runs from the back, well, I call it the back entrance of the school going south is chipped. Who did that?
The school.
Oh, on Fifth Street.
Or the parking lot, are you talking about?
5th Street?
No, it's gonna be 4th Street.
Still left.
Yeah,
It's
it
4th
goes
Street.
from
Back
what
entrance
street?
to the school,
Yeah.
Fifth
that's
Street.
5th Street.
Okay. Is that chipped? Oh,
Sorta, it had P-rock put on it and then a coating on it, and your question is?
Did the contractor do that last year? Yeah.
When the school was finished.
well, I wondered why we couldn't do that instead of mag water.
Cost. Big time cost.
Money.
Doesn't everything cost?
Well, you're talking like 10 times or 20 times more to chip seal than the mag
I
water.
don't like mag
Or
water.
50 times, I mean, you could look into the prices, but I'm sure the cost is gonna be totally.
And I think in the past they have mag watered. This year it hasn't been quite the issue with all the moisture. Again, that could stop and then we'd have to relook at it at that time. From the public works standpoint, what do you think of mag water, Chuck?
Well, on streets that are 15 miles an hour, you shouldn't have a lot of dust, but
Oh boy, you
the
do
downside with the mag water is that it reacts with water. So when it rains, and it just turns to red slop, and it does control the dust when it's mud. So
It's extensive.
Also ruins
it's kind of
cars.
a trade-off. And people, you know, they start tracking it into their houses and into their garages off the car wheels, and they get pretty upset.
And the mag water, I don't think it's that important until school starts, and that's when the dust is really bad, when school's up. you know.
Yes, Dan.
Thing about the mag water though, you don't get the slime. It seals that top and doesn't allow it, and it saves the roads. That's why we always went and filled all the potholes, had everything graded out, leveled, watered them first, and then mag watered them. Then it sealed the tops off and held it down, and every time we got rain, it reacted it and set it up where dust control was phenomenal. It's the best we've had since we went,
It cuts the dust all right, but it makes a red slime on it too.
And that there is a characteristic of where you get your base course and stuff that you put down.
Oh, yeah, it's got a big factor in it.
And for a while, it probably, I think you mentioned one time they changed where they got the stuff that they were using on the roads, and that does make a difference, so. But if we can keep going back, we heard what you said about that. That'll be, we can discuss that further in the next meeting. I was in the middle of a motion, which one was it?
Water
water
restrictions.
restrictions.
Yes, water restrictions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. Anything else from Public Works?
Question on that water restriction, when will that go into effect? And how is it gonna be notified to the public or to the town members?
You posted.
Yes, go ahead.
So we can put it on the bill, next month bill. We can post it on a website and in the post office, on the office, POPs, American Legion. So
Yeah, because if
public
we
places.
wait until the next water bill, that's almost a month away, because I think I just got mine.
Mm.
I think that's what your question is, Bob,
Yes.
is how soon, and I've listened to Chuck, and I've seen it, and everybody's seen it, where we can be so wet, and then all of a sudden, it shuts off, and we don't get another drop of rain until May. So I don't know, what other way could we have to get that out to them other than the water bill, cost-effective way? Yes, Dan?
I think pretty much our motion means like
Now.
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that's why we gotta
So
look
if
at
you
like.
put it on the website and we let everybody know, Chuck sees them out there watering is what we did before. Advise them, hey, no daytime watering with your sprinklers, every other day. Set it up from there, everybody do their part, all the town board members, anybody sees anybody, be advised, and friendly and nice, and let them know.
We can be nice about it for a few weeks.
Yes, sir.
Give them one chance.
Don't you need to put some type of warning in there as to the penalty for using water?
I guess, what, is there something within the ordinance?
I would have to look into that.
Yeah.
I think
Do we have in the ordinances that you can't use water?
Well, no,
It's
it's
not
not
in
in the ordinance to not use water. The water restrictions comes from particular motions, but is there something in the fee schedule, a penalty schedule, that covers if you don't do that? And I don't think there is, I haven't seen that.
It's
Some
been
of them
never
just wanna
seen.
pay the fee and keep watering. I mean, they're not gonna let the grass die.
Well, I understand that, I mean, that's.
But I
wouldn't
think
either.
that we need to get, like Bob said, we need to get it out, the information out right away, and I'm just thinking of the best way to do it. The town web page, but then a lot of people don't access the town web.
We do a website, then we ask Joan to post it on the town's
Unofficial.
page on Facebook, and then other groups share from that page. And then we post it on
Community,
the
Hermosa community.
post office, American Legion, the office, all the public places. So
I
that's
think
all we
that-
can do.
I think that is plenty enough, and then at the end of the month, you just follow up with it on the
Yeah.
bill. But that gives plenty of information out, and it starts immediately, and that,
Yep.
I think the majority of the people are gonna see it. Is that what your comment was?
Yeah, I mean, there's almost 600 people on the most community page to see it.
So we're, Public Works, you bring up, we went back to water, we're done with Public Works, Walter Street gravel. That's where we're kind of talking about when we went back to water. We need to have at least two bids on what it'd take to get that done on it. Is that how you go, or is it under $50 you don't, or under a certain dollar amount, we don't need two bids, just one bid?
For what?
Oh, this is for the Walter Street add
maintenance.
gravel and repair, the potholes, and that's where we were at when Linda wanted to go back to water.
Sorry,
No, that's fine.
I thought we were done.
No,
We don't need bids for under $25,000 project, is that how I understand?
Correct.
yeah. So we just need someone to submit someone if they want to do it.
Yes.
So if Chuck wants to submit something, he can. If Dan's company wants to submit something.
It depends on how much gravel you think it needs, you know, if it needs 50 ton or 100 ton or.
I think on that corner there, I don't think it'd take much more than what, most of the trucks are about 18 ton?
We had figured 22 ton.
Yeah,
go
22
from the
ton, that's just
approach
one load.
all the way around.
And that makes sense for what it looks like and what it, the thing is to
That's
dig
what
out.
we approved, the gravel's already been approved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we just, and the gravel will be supplied by the town because it's already been approved. And then the work would be to spread it. And I guess there's two sides to that. Getting the gravel hauled there, I don't think, you don't have the dump truck capability, do you?
You know, we've always used Miller Construction.
But is that something that we bid out separate or ask for bid separate? You know, Chuck, do you have the time to haul the gravel? Or if the answer is no, that's fine. I just want to ask our public works guy, make sure he has an opportunity. So it looks like we would have to. Yes, Bob?
Have we already stockpiled the gravel?
No,
No.
Oh, so it's not been, has it been purchased, just not picked
It's
up?
been approved.
It's been approved.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
And
just
then,
have it in the contract that they would haul it and spread it?
No, we haven't done, it's load by load as we need it.
yeah.
it depends on where you get it to. I mean, there's Leans and there's Pearly Pit and there's Buffalo Gap and there's Baker's got very little right at this point.
Curly Pit, that's the one up by Bear Country? Curly Pit?
Yeah, that's Pearly Pit, but they're quite a bit higher.
I've had really good luck with the product from
It's
there.
good gravel.
Yes, Donna?
I think our son mentioned something about Duke Shot having gravel. Emmett?
So I guess where we set, Chuck's not interested, go ahead and submit something if you want to.
Okay.
What it'll be, and then we'll evaluate it at the next board meeting. Is that okay?
Yep, that works.
Okay, I think we're done now with Public Works. We went back a couple times on different items. Now, Finance Office. I can be quiet, and she can speak.
Monthly financials, since I received the bank statement during the long weekend, so I didn't reconcile yet. We'll be ready at the next meeting. Department updates. Jill signed up for training at Leadline Workshop. It's that mapping system and DNR requests by next year to make sure there are no lead lines in town. So it's 10 to 4 p.m. On July 13th, Thursday. So if we could make a motion for her to participate in that workshop during office hours and reimburse the mileage since it's in Spearfish.
Second.
Motion made by Dan, seconded by Vicky. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. All opposed say same. Motion carried.
Other thing, I just received an email from South Dakota Governor's Office of Economic Development. She would like to come over in the office again and talk to the citizens about any issues. I'm Hannah Sage, Partner Relations Representative with South Dakota Governor's Office of Economic Development. I'm reaching out to see if you might have time to visit. I'd love to learn more about the happenings and challenges in Hermosa. Would you be able to visit in the coming weeks? So, do we need a motion for me to set that up? Just an FYI?
As long as there's no cost to it.
No,
There's no cost, and she'd be sitting here, and I think Vicky actually sat and visited with her last time, didn't you, Vicky?
Is that her name? If she's the one that was here last time, yeah,
Yeah.
she's nice.
And this time I'll try to post in more places so more people would know about it.
Yeah.
Last time it was the first time, so we just kind of,
Maybe post
Didn't
everywhere.
advertise much.
Everywhere we're gonna post getting the water restrictions out on it. We might get more than just Vicky to come to the meeting. So, okay.
that's all for that. SDPA renewal, I finally received the cost for the renewal for this year. And total is $14,909.25. And we did include law enforcement, which is $1,740 for the year. Since we're in the process of hiring our own police officer, we added it just to have it, to make sure we are ready for the insurance for it. So I would need the motion to approve, to sign the contract.
Request a motion. Dan?
So if we go with Custer County, we won't need the law
Yeah,
enforcement.
I'll
Will that
remove-
be removed then?
Yes.
I'll
No.
make that motion.
Just,
Sorry.
okay, go ahead and second it. Okay, open for discussion. In reference to Custer County, we're gonna go in, and I think that's another thing on the agenda item, where we're gonna sign the contract with Custer County. The Custer County, the contract in it, you can, 30 days notice, and we can get out of it. We're moving forward now with hiring a new marshal for the town, and that's why we have that in there. So we already know we're going with the contract. We know we're looking at that way, to have it in there and ready to go.
We just don't know how long it's gonna take, all the hiring process,
Yeah.
but we wanna
And
be
one of
ready
the-
for it.
We know we got at least 2 weeks on background checks, and then after that, it should go fairly rapidly, so. So again, on your motion, Dan, I guess, can you repeat what your motion was then?
To go ahead and pay it?
Go ahead and pay, but you said something about removing it or something.
No,
Okay.
not at this point. I just asked
Okay.
if we didn't go with a private marshal, then that we'd have the ability to remove it, but she answered that
Yeah, okay.
question.
So the motion is prove as written, or as,
Right.
yeah,
Yes.
yes. And Vicky seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say same.
Transportation Economic Development Grants, I think we can remove it from the agenda and we'll put it closer to next year, to start working for applying for it. Grant research, we can keep it on, keep looking into it. 2024 budget, I'm getting all the information, gathering everything, and I think we would need 2 work sessions to get it set up, finalized, and approved.
Is that what it was last year, Dan?
Yeah, we did 2 and then we've set up for 3.
And then
in
the
case we
third
need to.
one would be for final review and approval. Because I picked August 8th and 22nd. That's when P&Z meetings are, so we can have a work session with all the board members and kind of talk about where we need the budget to go and.
I think, in the past, I think they're all been like the 3 days right in a row. We just picked like in the past, it's been a Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, or Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. It's a lot easier to pay attention and get it done and all. And I understand that's how it's always been in the past, that they're all together. You start splitting it out, too far apart. I think what we need to do is get it all done, get it looked at in just 3 meetings. And back to back.
So August,
The rally is the week of the 12th.
yeah,
The rally's that week and the fair's that week and what's it called, Bob?
Beers and ears.
Ears and ears, yes. So we might want to look at doing after that. Your deadline is what then?
it is September 1st.
Yeah.
I have to have it finalized and published and all that.
First, second, third, or 15th, 16th, 17th.
Yeah, I kinda like the 15th, 16th, and 17th.
Okay.
How does the other board members feel?
It's fine. That's my grandson has a
You know, Dan, you've been involved in them, Linda, Dick, you guys have been involved in them. I've sat through them, and, you gotta, there's a lot of information, and if you stretch it out, it's not, you're gonna be rehashing and coming back to where you were, and it won't be quite as effective, so. Okay.
Pioneer and SD Fit account holders, we need to change account holders for those bank accounts. We need to add Jerry Stiles and Vicki Henriksen as for Pioneer signature cards, and remove Dan Halsworth and Linda Kramer from the account.
So moved.
Second?
Yeah.
Second? Okay, the motion is made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say the same. Motion carries.
We also need a motion to add Jerry Stiles and Vicki Henriksen to SD Fit bank account and remove Dan Holsworth and Linda Kramer from the account.
So
Motion.
moved.
Yep.
Motion made by Dan, second by Linda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Say same. No opposed. Motion carried unanimous. Okay.
Next one, additional federal holidays. I looked through our policy and we are missing 2 federal holidays in the policy. Martin Luther King Jr. Day and Juneteenth. And I thought I'll bring it up for the board to consider to add it to our policy.
I think motion to approve.
I second that.
Any motion made, seconded, any discussion? With no discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
Nay.
Okay, next one is tax levy request. It is estimated max tax dollars available for next year is 73,268. I would just need a motion to approve the proposed amount from Custer County.
And are we opting out?
No.
Very good. You picked up well. Motion to accept.
Motion made, by Dan, second by Vicky. All in favor, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same. Motion approved.
Okay, 2021 audit results. The last stage that's left is to get the final approval from South Dakota legislator, the audit that he provided to them, Ben Elliott. And, but he has the report ready for review. It will be posted on the website. There's some notes in the packet. There's most of his notes, if everyone read. And like I said, it will be available on the website for all the residents to review as well.
Reading through the June 27th, 2023 letter, you know, it talks about different compliance things that weren't done, and I know that this report goes back to, this was actually 2021. And I guess what my question is have you looked at these issues, came up with a process to ensure, she knows where I'm going with this, came up with a process to ensure that these things aren't missed in the future? And that's just a question I have for you.
I haven't missed none of them yet.
But is it in a formal process, so, or?
I do have my process sheets.
Yep, that's all I'm asking, so. When you have that, then they don't get missed in the future. Okay.
And then he sent audit engagement letter for 2022 audit. I know we approved, the board approved to have him do the audit for 2022, but he sent the official, like a contract to sign, so he can start working on it.
I'll make a
And-
motion to approve.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made to approve by Dan, seconded by Linda. All in further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say same. Motion carries.
Microphone research, I didn't get the chance to do that. It's been busy few weeks with the interviews and everything. I'll try to get to it this week. And office personnel, all the board members received my letter of resignation. My last day is gonna be August 2nd. Any questions?
I have a big one. I understand your reasoning and I understand your need for a resignation, but I think it would be very hard to get somebody new in here to do the budget
I'll try to get that done.
beforehand.
Yeah, I'll have everything ready for the new finance officer, so she could just, or he could go over the board through it and just get that approved, adjusted.
My comment on it, the amount of time, the 2 weeks I've worked with you, I found you very efficient, very timely on things. You will be missed. Will you be signing a copy for the official copy then, for the office? Don't really want to say this, but a motion to accept Monica's resignation letter.
I'll make that motion after I first ask her. Are you sure? I know you're sure.
I know.
Yeah, I am. I thought a lot about it. It wasn't an easy decision. It's just when I took this position, I didn't really evaluate the political side of it, and it's just affecting my personal life too much.
So the motion was made,
Second.
motion was seconded. Any further discussion? If none, all in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay.
I would also need a motion to start advertising for the new position. I'll try to do my best to find me and the board to find the person right for this position, and I'll train as much as I can.
That'll be the finance committee.
Yes.
The president, vice president working with you to do the review.
I'd make that motion.
Motion made by Vicki,
Second.
second by Donna, to go out and request applicants and do interviews. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Yes. All opposed, say the same. Motion carries unanimous.
Thank you.
And now I'm gonna, I'll wait till she gets back, but I'll read it and then you can tell me if I got them all in there. Request a motion to remove agenda items 12, C, D, G, H, and I. Did I cover all of them?
And Jay?
Yeah.
J, yep. That's the ones you thought needed the right line.
Monty, excuse me, did you need to tell us anything about,
No.
Nope, okay. Thank you for the work you do.
Could you please repeat the letters?
Okay, the C, D, G, H, I, J, and K also then, right?
Yes.
I make the
Yep.
motion.
Motion made by Vicky,
Second.
seconded by Dan. You can wait.
We don't need it.
It's Gary, it'll go.
Yeah. No further discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say same. Motion carried unanimous. Next item is 13, old business.
Do the microphones.
I said about it that didn't get the chance to look into it yet.
I was sleeping.
We need a.
Donna, say aye.
On what? Good answer.
Okay. Old business, the annexation, Gumbo Lily, Fairgrounds Place, and McDermott Street. I request a motion to remove Gumbo Lily, Fairgrounds Place, and McDermott Street and replace with volunteers for annexation. Do I have a motion?
Sure.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion was made and seconded. Any discussion? The reason that I'm requesting that motion is because some of the citizens have said when they look at their agenda, they don't know whether to come to the meeting or not because every agenda has annexation stuff on it. So I think that the reason why I want to remove that and put it back down to the people who want to voluntarily be annexed, that would be what would be on the agenda and that would be covered.
Okay.
Any further discussion? No further discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say same. Motion carries. And then, I know Monica, you pretty much have the packages put together on the ones who want to. Maybe one thing before we send them out, is just go back and touch base with them and just make sure all their questions have been answered and all their concerns and then we just go forward. I know that, I think there was one that made a comment that they had asked something about, and this probably was before your time even, about how the taxes going from the county to the city would affect him. But anyway, if everything's good, and do we need a motion to go forward? I think that's already been done.
No, it's been done.
That's already been done, so we'll just go forward with it. No motion required. Next item is B, town sign pending. That's been on there for a long time too. Is there any updates on that?
Just needs to be brought to our work session and the pictures you have approved and look at it and look at a spot, determine if it'll work. You know, we've been approved by DOT that we can put a welcome to Hermosa.
Yes,
In the right
as
of
long
way.
as it doesn't have the business names.
Yeah. Okay. So, no motion needed, we'll just add that to a work session in the future then? Where did Terry go?
No.
She came specifically because we have, gonna talk about the town office deck staining. Any update on that?
The weather just is not
Yeah.
cooperating.
Yeah, and I understand that, so. And same thing with the library staining, we'll
Yeah.
just leave them pending. You guys still are
Plan
willing
on
to-
doing it,
Yeah,
yeah.
okay. And Dan, at one time you said that you were gonna
When they're ready, I'll pressure wash.
pressure wash it. So I
Sorry.
think we got a plan, but it's just not a time to do it with the weather,
Yeah.
okay. Hermosa Connects, they're not here. They usually come after their monthly meeting to our next
They are
meeting.
going to have a meeting on the 12th at 8:30, and that's on a Wednesday, not Tuesday. They are going to put together information about the vendor fair so that, we have a report on it.
Good.
And go from there.
And for everybody who attained that or walked through it, that was just unbelievable between the farmer market and the vendor fair and the personal yard sales, garage sales. It was more than I ever could have imagined for vehicles in this town. I mean, it was every street you went down, both sides were lined. I just think it was an awesome success, so. Okay.
Oh, can I add one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
They were discussing having another event in the fall. Connie came up with the name of Harvest Moon Festival. So that's just, out there for maybe a title, not necessarily that it's going to be named that, but they are looking at doing it in the fall.
Yeah, there was a huge success. I guess a lot of the vendors have talked about wanting to come back, and it was just a huge success and bring a lot of people into town, so. The next item on the agenda is F, law enforcement contract. The cost of the contract is the same as last year, $80,000, and then another $8,000 for the 911 call. That's correct, right, Monica?
Yes,
Yep.
the same as last year.
Yep, same as last year. Request a motion for approval to sign the contract.
I'll make that motion.
Motion made by Lynn, second by Dan. Any discussion? No further discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same. Motion carried. Next item on the agenda is item G, sidewalk extension from Ingles Boulevard. And Monica, apologize, but I could not find a point of contact for the Catholic Church.
I know,
Is
they're
there any-
impossible to contact. I
Yeah,
think,
it's Leo.
It's Leo.
Yeah, Leo's,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Is it?
okay.
Yeah, okay.
or Bill Kelly.
Yeah, well, I didn't know what,
Yeah.
I know them, but I didn't know what religion they were. And if
Yeah.
you try to,
Leo was.
if you try to reach it by Googling or whatever that is, you don't get a point of
No.
contact.
Leo.
So Leo, okay, we'll talk with Leo then. And
and
go ahead, you
and
can go
the
ahead and
senior
contact Leo. then.
center didn't,
What's that?
and the senior center, American Legion, I don't know if they had their meeting yet, but I know it's gonna be on their agenda.
Bob's the president of the Legion.
Oh.
right?
No, I'm not, I'm just a member now.
Oh,
The Legion meeting is tomorrow night,
Okay,
7 o'clock.
okay. At night?
Okay.
what question do you want him to ask?
Are they going to pay the cost for the sidewalk?
Well,
Well, the
maintenance,
side-
the maintenance.
The maintenance?
The
yeah.
sidewalk is gonna be paid for by DOT. 6-foot sidewalk like been done in the past. And what it is we're looking at the, outside the city limits there is for the Catholic Church and Legion to cover the snow removal. I think they're gonna put lights on that.
Yes, all the project is covered by DOT 100%. The only thing they're looking for is for maintenance, to mow the lawn and plow the snow,
Okay.
and the electric bill
For the lights.
for
Just-
the lights, but that's usually,
The town will, I'm sure, will
yeah,
take care of that.
We
had
can-
talked about that.
Yeah.
You can't separate individual lights all around that.
no.
Yeah, if you can't do that, if it's impossible to do that, then
And
we're
it's
just looking
usually
at.
not that much, like $25.
The town will pay for the lights, and we're hoping that you and the church will pay for the maintenance.
Snow removal.
Snow
and-
removal in particular, yes.
And mowing along they'll upgrade along the side of the sidewalk.
Okay, I will put it on my calendar to bring that up.
Thank you very much, Bob.
Thank you.
And, information on that, that's a 6-foot sidewalk?
Yes.
Yep.
And LED lights as well, so for easier maintenance, right?
And that was 6 foot is to, just like in town, to facilitate a bigger piece of equipment.
Okay.
Any further discussion on that item? We'll move on to item H, the chicken ordinance, the backyard hen permit application, form and fees. I looked at the package that, I think you call it a chicken file. I went through that and looked at all the different places that she looked at to get information. It's quite a bit of information in there. Looked at other places and how they set up their permits. I think she did an excellent job at putting it together. Again, like I said, when I request a motion, someone makes it, then we can always amend that motion. But the motion that I'd like to request, we have this again.
Have we had any requests for permits?
No.
Just gone.
But anyway.
Somebody will come in.
But anyway, request a motion to approve the addition, with the addition of a $100 fee, and change all city council to town board of trustees and all village to town. Do I have a motion? Do I have a second?
I want to speak against this chicken ordinance deal. 99% of the people that want to put chickens in town don't know how the hell to keep track of them, and how to take care of them, and how to remove the manure. And I've lived next to that for some time, and I've lived here a long time, and not one of those people could ever take care of their chickens and clean up the damn manure and the smell and the flies. And I'm 100% against any kind of a chicken ordinance in town.
Too late.
It passed.
And I understand your concern. It went out to a public vote in the election. It was approved. What we're trying to do is to, and I think the permit and some of the constraints that are in there will help alleviate that concern. Because if someone's next to you and you have a complaint and it goes out and it's verified and they do it again, then according to the ordinance themselves, they will lose their right to have that.
So who enforces it?
The town.
Who?
The town board.
The town board does?
Yes.
Good luck with that.
And if anyone wants to get chickens, it's quite a process to get it, so not everyone will want to go through it. And there's a lot of restrictions, and I mean, even the permit application is 3 pages long, and they have to give the drawings to the board of what coop you're gonna have and all the information, and then it needs to be approved by the board. And the person who wants to have chickens has to send out letters to their neighbors so they can attend the meeting when they'll discuss that permit application for chickens. So if there will be a lot of unhappy neighbors that don't want them, the board can take that into consideration and not approve it.
Yeah, it's not a done deal when they fill out the permit.
Yeah.
Is what Monica's saying. Yes, Dan?
My feelings, I've got notes on this that I'll go through. On your fee of just 100, I felt should be 500 myself because of all the inspections and the admin costs that are gonna be involved in this. Mr. Ferguson will be the one going out and checking all the chicken coops and the fencing to make sure it's appropriate. It should be, instead of just a normal letter, it should be a registered letter. So when they come in here for receipt to show that they sent out to their neighbors, that we have a return that comes back on that. There should be, with the buildings and the criteria of it, the open areas need to be addressed all the way through where the square footages are in here, but they need to be allowed, that they know they can't just let the chickens run all over their backyards unless they're appropriately gonna fence everything. And then our inspector, like I say, I understand you're saying the town board, but you're gonna have to have one individual who goes out to every property and measures the square footage, measures where the chicken coop's gonna be at, if it's gonna be 100 feet away from any other residence, before they can even fill out the application. They're gonna have to show that footprint of everything they're gonna have to do.
Well, that's part of filling out the application and bringing that in and then going back out and verifying. Yes.
Then there should be the aspect also of the floodplain or floodway, because if there's any of them down in the Ferguson development, a lot of them are gonna be disqualified because of that. And once again, with that inspection, that's going to be a need on where it's at on the permit itself, as well as the pre-inspection is what we do on the building permits. So, I mean, you're going to need to come in on the inspection of this, the fee schedule, and that their compliances of everything on this are. Once again, when you go to the applicant provides enclosure of chickens, that's gonna be an inspection again, as far as where we're going to be at for, should there be a certified receipt on all mailings in this portion of it also. And as far as the droppings, and that's supposed to be weekly, that needs to have an inspector that's inspecting them weekly to make sure they are. I know there'll be the abatement process that'll come in,
Yeah,
which
neighbors are.
we're going to have to apply if that doesn't, and that's going to have to change our abatement process. So we add that to the abatement process also. Otherwise, you're not going to have enforcement, and there's no fee schedule yet that needs to be added for that enforcement. So we have a penalty that can be added to that portion of it also. So there's, to me, a lot of other working parts other than just approving it and then not having the proper people to go out and inspect it, measure
And the
it.
procedures.
How many chickens can they have?
Depends upon their.
For a minimum square footage. I mean, if you can't meet the square footages of 0.25 acres, which is 10,890 square foot, well, on that square foot, does that include buildings on that property lot or the full property lot? Or is that open area? That wasn't explained in here clearly. If they're saying that you can have 10,890 square foot and an average lot is gonna qualify, and they have a house, a garage, and then the neighbors right next to them, they'll never qualify.
Yeah, if you go back and look at the permit 90, or the ordinance 90.07, it says, it defines property. Properties with land sizes of 0.25 acres, so that is the total. You don't subtract the house from it.
So then that's when they go up to, that's 8 chickens for
chickens,
that,
yeah.
15 chickens if they go above that to 1 acre.
Yeah.
Of course, no roosters,
No, it's an ordinance.
that's
We
specified.
can't
so
adjust
that's
the
a-
ordinance for next year though.
So I think with our public works, he needs to be involved in this, where he needs to be the inspector on it and be the one that goes out. And that's why with his contract, it's gonna change that dearly, because not only 911 and 811, chicken 11.
And that'll all have to be worked into the new contract. Yes, ma'am.
Can we put this on the next work session?
Yeah.
It seems like there's a lot of,
You making a motion?
yes.
Do we have a second?
Yep.
Motion made, motion second to refer this to a work session. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same. Oh, I see Bob had a hand.
On that, as far as your inspections and all, I would have that as part of the permit,
Yeah.
so that it's all documented on that permit.
Yeah, of when the inspections will be, there will be a pre-inspection.
And
then
a
an app.
signature line, and a post-inspection signature line.
Yeah.
It's all on the, because it could be the official application here, so that you have a way of checks and balances as far as everything was done, and when it was done by whom.
And we appreciate you if you'd come to the work session.
Yeah.
I don't have chickens.
But one thing that we do
Your neighbor's
need to
gonna
make
have
sure,
chickens.
we do need to make sure is, that just because someone gets to have chickens, they can't infringe upon their neighbor's rights. And that's why we gotta make sure that our rules and our inspections are adequate to keep the smell away, keep people from leaving their chickens coop. You know, I've seen, well, I'm from an old farm boy, and go to some of the neighbors' places and their chicken coops would be, you know, and then they asked me if I want to come over and help shovel them out, and I said, no, I don't think so.
That's another thing, where would they put all the droppings?
Yeah,
It's my last thing I had on here is,
can't have garbage.
yard waste dumpster isn't the place that they're gonna be able to dump them.
Other towns I looked, they make people double bag and then the dumpster.
Yeah, they're in their regular trash.
Trash,
Until
not dumpster.
the sanitation
trash,
people
yeah.
catch on to that, just like feces of dogs, and they won't take them, they'll ban you if they catch it.
Because Rapid City will probably refuse any of the trucks coming from Hermosa if that happens.
Yeah.
And that's something that'll have to be looked at and addressed in the work session, so. Okay, that motion was made to take that to,
We already voted on it.
yeah, I know, I'm just saying where we're at. And it was voted and approved to take it to a work session. The next item on the agenda, I believe, is new business, item number 14. Okay, the item number 14 was the agenda item where you talk about public comment. See, what we want to do is look at, go down and look at item number 15. I just request a motion to approve as written. This is the new section 15 that goes out and what was written to go out to the citizens. And that is on the end of item 15. Motion made and by Vicky, seconded by Donna. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same. Motion unanimously carried. Next item under item 14 B. I think we covered the sales tax on copiers and tax fact and stuff last meeting. So what I need, this item was approved in the last meeting, but a motion was not made to remove it from the agenda. Request a motion to remove it. Made by Vicky, seconded by
I'll second that.
Donna. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same.
Did we remove the A too?
Yeah.
We did in the same motion?
No.
No, we'll have to, I think I got something at the end of this one that talks about the ones I want to remove, but we'll keep that in mind. And then we'll just keep a tally as we go down through yours, which ones we want to remove. See, there's a letter in the package, and it's addressed to the Custer County Commissioners. And let me see. I'm trying to find it in here. Okay. Now I'll have you read it.
Oh, sure.
Okay. Okay. Request a motion to send a letter to the Custer County Commissioners to be placed on the 12th January 2023 July 2023 agenda to have flexibility in using the $500,000 ARPA funds provided to the town. Letter attached, ready for signature.
Dear Custer County Commissioners, this letter is in regards to the ARPA funds for the town of Hermosa received from Custer County. Originally, motion was made by Custer County Commissioners to release requested ARPA funds in the amount of $500,000 to be used solely for the purchase of the WRT and for no other purchase or purpose or be returned. But the board is exploring different options for the water suppliers and would like to get clarification of the use of the funds. Would the Custer County Commissioners consider allowing the town of Hermosa to use ARPA funds as matching funds for a grant from Southern SDDANR to fund the town of Hermosa to go with Southern Black Hills Water as a long-term water provider? Jerry Stiles.
And motion was made and seconded, she read the letter, and what we're discussing here is we're not discussing how we're gonna do things in the future. What we're doing, the motion is to, so we can ask, so we can have flexibility in using it. The decision to what we're gonna do in the long term will be made later after we get all the information back and looking at everything. Yes?
I would think that when we get all of our information, then we could ask if we feel we need it. Otherwise, I don't think there's any reason to put it in their mind that we don't need to ask them. We don't know what we're doing yet. So we need to know what we're doing before we involve them, is my point in the matter.
Okay, I understand your position on it. Dan?
And I think that's our biggest thing. We worked hard to get that 500,000. We had a project-ready project to do that 500,000. We worked off our public works man's advice to go that way. We researched 5 different possibilities at that point. The WRT was the most reasonable to do it. So what you're doing is you're taking the independence away from our community once again, to not be able to have our provider chosen, and taking the ability away until we hear from Southern Black Hills Water what their newest offer is. We knew what their offer was in May of 2022, and that offer hasn't been reproposed. So I would ask we leave this pending, please, until we have them come in and put their offer here, so we know fairly, for the public's part of it, that we are going to see what they are to offer us that is so much more attractive that we take our only other well away for a backup and cripple this town. And what you're doing is crippling our grandkids as well as our children. Excuse me, I thought I had the floor, sir.
You had the floor, and I'm gonna ask you to stop. What we talked about at the beginning,
This
what we're
fairness
not,
thing again.
Dan, we're not going to talk about how we're gonna do things in the future.
Sure we are. You're asking for that now.
We're asking for the option. The decision on which direction we're gonna go is later.
So this should be a public vote then, shouldn't it, then, if we're going to do that to the public and take this option away? that
Okay,
it's-
Dan, did you do a public vote on the road?
We did
The
2
water,
years
on the water
hearings.
and sewer, on the water and sewer
2
going
years.
to the water and sewer.
Actually, 4
go-
years.
On the water and sewer going up to your ground and Preston's ground. There was a requirement to do a public vote on that.
No, sir, but it's asked the whole situation on this and what we're doing with our citizens. This is free money. You say ACES has made mistakes, and that the money we have paid her, that she was in that invoice, all comes back to us in that invoice. That none of it comes out of the town's pocket, none of it. Not one citizen will pay for any of that. That's all free federal money to fix a well so that we're not crippled, that we're still
Dan.
paying a loan on, that we're still paying
I'm
for
I'm interrupting
a
you
well.
again, Dan. I'm interrupting you again. What we're looking at is we're not deciding the long-term effect.
Sure we are.
No, we're not, Dan, because
Sure
we're
we
gonna
are.
have the option.
No, we're not. You're taking that option away tonight. By
Okay.
even going back and putting that seed back in their head when we fought that so hard. Didn't you hear Mr. Ferguson today?
I understood what Mr. Ferguson said, and I also know the facilities plan that your engineer put together to say what it was gonna cost. The cost of a new well to serve this community, based upon Rand Bang's and Interstate's deal, was about $6,700 6 years ago. Now that's up to about $12 million. You came back and said it was, your engineer came back and said it'd be about 3.2. Well, even with that 3.2, okay, you take that number there, and you take the number of, the amount of water we're gonna use, 1.4, say per month, and that comes up to $6,700. You take that $6,700 times 12, and that comes up to, I can't remember what that is, but if you then you take it over 20 years, that is
We're still out of the game.
1.2, that's $1.2 million. The cost that the citizens will have to pay back over a 30-year period on the loan, on that $3 million. So,
That's why we turned it back, because we didn't get no grant money. If we'd have got the grant money with it, and that's why it's on here to go to the USDA for another facility
Dan,
plan to justify
understand that, and those things are pending also. What we're discussing right now is we're not discussing where we're going into the future, and I'm gonna end the conversation on this.
Sure we are.
Well, Dan, yes, ma'am.
So you're gonna go to Custer and ask to have that sent back to them? Is
No.
that what this is about?
Sure you are.
Well, then why are we trying,
We're
why are
not
we making
giving
a
that option
decision?
back.
It's
No.
basically the word
Why are we
or.
making a
Yes,
decision
you
to send
are.
it back to?
We're not making a decision. Listen to the motion, please.
Okay.
Listen to the
We
motion.
did.
Request a
Listen
motion
again.
to send a letter and read the letter again. What the letter says
No, you
is,
don't have to read it
well,
again. We
the-
heard it loud and
well,
clear.
Dan, you're not hearing it correctly.
Sure we are. You're going to Custer to ask them if they would take the option to take the 500,000 back. As
No,
soon
we're
as you
not.
give them that
Dan, we're not
option
either,
back,
Dan. Listen.
That's what you're
Excuse
addressing.
me. Excuse us.
You are addressing that situation.
No, we're not, Dan. What we're.
And
Point
it's
of
the
order.
closest
Point of order.
thing of
Point
social
Dan,
of order.
Dan.
there is.
Point of order. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Please read it again.
This letter is in regards to the ARPA funds for the town of Hermosa received from Custer County. Originally, the motion was made by Custer County Commissioners to release requested ARPA funds in the amount of $500,000 to be solely used for the purchase of WRT and no other purpose or be returned. The board is exploring different options for the water supplier and would like to get clarification on the use of the funds. Would Custer County Commissioners consider allowing the town of Hermosa to use ARPA funds as matching funds for a grant from SDDANR to fund the town of Hermosa to go with Southern Black Hills Water as a long-term provider?
And what that will do is give the option, it can be used either for the WRT or it can be used as. That is what, and that is what that is. Go ahead, Dan. Well,
The board isn't, though. There is not, well, there's 3 of the board that are looking at them options. We explored our options on this back the last 2 years that we've been going through.
yes,
on
Dan,
this.
and the town has followed what you have recommended, and we've followed you on who you wanted for your engineer, and it's
But that's not fair to veer off
$250,000.
of that on this subject. This is a separate
Interrupt.
subject. All of its own, sir.
Dan,
All a separate subject of its own.
Dan,
You're offering
Dan.
Southern Black Hills Water.
attention, port of order, Dan.
Thank you, sir. But I did have the floor.
And
And I
you're
also
discussing,
wasn't finished.
you're also discussing things that we're not discussing what we're gonna do into the
Are
future.
you discussing our future?
No, we're not, Dan, we're getting an option. Okay, I'm not gonna discuss that with you.
Yes, sir.
This is where we are.
Please.
Any further
Move ahead.
discussion, Linda?
Simple point is that until we decide, why are we bothering the commissioners with our question? Until we decide. You're taking time out of their days and their minds when we don't need to yet because we haven't decided. I'll agree with you. If this board decides to do the other water option, I'll agree with it. But my point is, you're
The
You're
cart
waste-
before the horse.
okay, there you
Yes.
go, cart before the horse.
No, excuse me, raise your hand, okay? The cart before the horse. That was brought up before, and this is not the cart before the horse. What we're looking at doing is to get an option. We want to be able to find out if we have that option. And then we can go back, not only to rural water, but we can also go back to the state and see what type of funds and things they'll offer us. We were offered 100% no cost. So the item here, we're not discussing where we're going forward. I'm going to end the discussion now on this. Excuse me, sir, but we're ending the discussion on this and we're going to vote. The motion was made to have a letter sent to the Custer County Commissioners.
Weren't you saying the voice of the citizen should be heard?
Yeah.
And you're shutting them off?
Okay,
citizen
Dan,
input.
good point. Go ahead, again.
My comment is, you haven't lived here a long time, Jerry. You've been here, I don't know, 5, 7 years. We are the armpit of Custer County over here. if you're giving them the option to take that money, they're probably gonna take that money because we are the armpit of Custer County.
We are not asking for an option. Actually, when I went up there on the law enforcement deal, one of the commissioners asked, how, you know, are you still looking at using that, or are you gonna do it some other way? And he actually said, we can request a letter to have them put an or on it. So that's what it's gonna be, WRT or this, or.
Well, what if there's another option?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry,
Yep.
that just
Go
got
ahead,
right
sir.
in there.
I have a question.
Yes.
So you're objecting to the option
Mhm.
to use the funds a different way.
Yep.
Why?
Do we want to get into that? Because we
I do.
have
Dan,
exercised,
I want to get
Dan.
into
we have exercised Southern Black Hills Water's options and what the costs are for them to take this over.
Order, Dan. Point of order, Dan.
He asked me.
So
the
he
question.
he asked it to the board.
Yes.
I represent the board,
Okay,
okay? And the thing is, we know we've looked at the
two
options.
answers.
We've looked at the options in the past.
Not
And they were, some of it was based upon a facilities.
You are?
Dan, you're out of order. And the question from him was very good. Why are you opposing the option? The motion was made, we've had enough discussion on it. Is there anything else from the citizens? We're not, at this
We're
point in
not
time.
gonna let that be answered then?
What's
Let
that?
me answer the citizen's question?
He asked why you object. And do you want him to go further
What
than
I want to
that?
know is why not accept the option?
And
Why not have a choice?
I can give you the facility plan that we researched, the 5 different options of what we went into on
Okay.
this plan to go to WRT.
But
My
sir-
biggest
Maybe
option
interest
is
to you.
with our public works recommending, and Mr. Ferguson, I hope will say something again, but our well is dead in the water that we're paying a loan on with radium, with a new pump in it, with new shots in it, to get it up for our backup well that we've always wanted. We
I
have
understand.
500,000 of free money here from a federal loan grant to be able to do that and get our well back up so that we're not crippled.
And Dan, that's
Why
not what
would
we're
we wanna
discussing.
do that?
But you're not listening to the question.
Yes, I am.
No, you're not,
No, you're
Dan.
not. You have the option to use it either way.
And that's where we're going with
It's
it.
not saying
There's-
don't,
you- According
You
to.
don't have that
You don't
choice.
understand the other side, sir. This is your first time
I
in
don't
here.
disagree with your
No, it's
rules,
not.
but more information's been
Might be the
drawn
first
out,
time
which
you
brings
saw
me
it.
to another
Yeah.
question. Does that
Okay.
make it wrong too?
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
I'm just saying, Jerry.
No, what we gotta do, when we're looking at a motion, we need to look at, like the gentleman said, this is a request to have an option. Go ahead, and I'll get with you a second. Go ahead.
I would say that if you're asking for the option, then the option should not be just the option of Black Hills or Southern Hills Water. It should be options for other things also then. If you're really, really, truly asking for options, then you need to leave it totally open to whatever options might be out there. I still believe that it's not necessary until we decide, but there again, if it is, it should be open to all options.
Okay. First off, there's only been 2 options in the past. I'm gonna address the facilities plan that Dan talked to.
No.
Just a second, I'm talking. Okay? Dan referenced the facilities plan. That facilities plan was produced by the ACES Engineering. It went to the state to support, and the state would not even use that facilities plan in their evaluation. Just like they have in Dan, I am talking, Dan.
I'm just putting my arm up, sir.
And you've already had your time on the comments.
I thought it was open now.
No, what we're doing now is we need to have an option. The 2 options are that. The facilities plan is why we need to go back, is the state didn't approve it. Now, I'm not saying, we're not making a decision here which way we're gonna go. All we're gonna do is wanna have an option. And those were the 2 viable options that were looked at in the past, and we want to relook at them. And in order to go forward and look at them, we need to know that we have that option, so when we go and talk to South Dakota DNR, the funding people, they know we have that option, and then they say, oh, you can use that as Matching money, well, just like before, they'll give us another 500. We had $1 million then, and to go that way. We need to know that so we can move forward. Do you understand? I think you understand. And so, Vicki.
Couple things. One is, we never got the last presentation from Southern Black Hills Water.
Because the
it
last
was
board
for
president
business.
denied it. Excuse me for interrupting.
No.
Thank you,
The
excuse
whole
me.
board.
This is no.
The whole board.
Dan, you do not address stuff to the other board members. You address something, you address it to the chair.
Yes, I will.
The presentation was denied. So the last presentation never was given, so there never was another option there. There were 4 or 5 options, Southern Black Hills, the WRT, and several other possibilities as to what to do. And those were eliminated down to the last 2, WRT, Southern Black Hills Water. We got the WRT presentation, not Southern Black Hills Water. However, the biggest thing is this comes down to the word or. And it's not a decision. This paper has nothing to do with a decision. It has to do with saying, okay, we're gonna look further into WRT, we're gonna look further into Southern Black Hills Water. Southern Black Hills Water, if we regionalize, we were told the state would match the $500,000, so the installation, the boring, the applications and everything is totally paid for.
Everything to our doorstep, and they're still willing to do the same thing again. And then if you
So-
take the dollar amount, that what it would cost to buy water from rural water over a 20-year period comes out to $1.2 million. If you look at even the real low number that came in for putting a well in of 3.2 million, there's a lot of difference between 3.2 million and 1.2 million at the 20-year point. And the 3.2 million will cover it. But we're not discussing that now. We're gonna go back. I'm gonna end discussion on this and we're gonna vote.
Of course you are.
Excuse me, Dan?
I said, of course you
Yes,
are.
Dan.
Sure, you are.
Go.
Okay.
Because you won't listen to logic on the other side. It's all in your
Dan, personal
story and
attacks
that.
will stop right here, Dan.
That's not a personal attack, sir.
Dan.
You guys need to grow up, God almighty.
I'm trying to go forward.
Jeez.
He's the one that's not going, let us go forward. All we're trying to do is make a decision. And this is the 5th time tonight that he's tried it, and there's gonna be another time because another motion's coming up. We are not discussing, all we want is an option. We're not discussing where we're going. And that's where you wanna keep going. We're not there. So at this point in time, I'm ending discussion and request a motion, or request a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say same.
Nay.
Nay, due to the, like I said, I think
Yep.
it should be added that all options are possible.
Appreciate your input.
And you have made up
That-
your mind of where you guys want to go. It's very clear,
That's familiar.
very clear.
No, excuse
Sorry.
me, no
And it
side
needs to be on
Dan,
track.
Pardon me.
Dan, no cross talking.
Please forgive me.
I just want it on the record.
Okay. Next motion, Southern Black Hills Water Presentation. Again, before I make this motion, I want to let you know is that we're not making a decision when they're coming here, we just want to listen to them. So, request a motion to have Southern Black Hills Water present to the board mid to late August and request to have Andy Rules from South Dakota DNR attend also. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Motion made by Vicki, so second by, again, we want to limit the conversation to whether we're not going in and deciding here what's going on. All we're doing is asking for an organization that was denied before to present. Any discussion? With no discussion?
When was this going to happen?
Late August to late August, so anywhere from mid-August to late August. And that will be, after we coordinate with them and see what their time frame can be. in coordinate with Andy Brewer.
Thank you.
So the motion is just to have him come and present. With no further discussion?
Why do we need Andy Brule here when Southern Hills is making the presentation?
Because he was here the last time when they came down, and he is the one that looks at how we do things, and he defines the procedures by how we get money from the state.
I understand that, but they have dealings with him, and he knows what they're doing, and they know what he's doing, and I just don't see the necessity to bring him in when they are giving us their presentation.
Because I'd like to have them hear his presentation is the reason.
He already knows it.
But the motion was made. Are you want to make an amendment to the motion?
Sure, I guess, if that's what it takes.
Okay.
An amendment to the motion just for Southern Hills.
Now we'll vote on the amendment to the motion. Did you have a second to that motion?
Sure.
Dan seconded. All in favor of limiting just the Southern Black Hills Water attend the meeting? All in favor of limited, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say aye. Aye. Motion, the amended motion is carried. Now we go back to the main motion. There was discussion, there was amendment, we went by that. Now we go to the main motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say same.
Nay.
Yes.
It seems like Deb Halsworth has several motions and I think she should discuss some of these nods and no's and everything. I get tired of looking at her back there shaking her head.
She's a
Okay.
citizen.
I don't care.
What we're doing, the motion was made, it was voted on, and it was carried. That's where we're going from on here.
So next.
The next item on the agenda item is the town engineer synopsis. In the package, I prepared a synopsis to go out to hire a new engineering firm. And request a motion to send out the synopsis of a proposed contract action for an A&E firm. This is to get advertised to hire a new engineering firm.
That motion?
Motion's made by Vicky, second.
I'll second that.
Motion second, any discussion?
So in this, then you're going to set them up as a permanent town engineer then under contract that will be retained under a retainer then?
Yes, that's what we're looking for, Dan, because our experience in the past, when you don't have a well-defined statement of work of what has to be defined and what has to be delivered, we end up with $240,000 worth of money spent by the citizens and we don't have a good product. Go ahead, Dan.
And that money is being spent in a good product, it's being worked through. But once again, it's your story and we'll go with that.
Okay, Dan,
But the
Dan,
whole
stop.
aspect,
Dan,
sir,
we do not
The
go there.
whole aspect, sir, of this is, just like Mr. Ferguson, a contracted position is still a good position with definition of what you have under this contract. So I'm hoping when you get to the bottom of this, that you will all understand that and hopefully consider that we go to a contract situation again also, when we do it.
Dan, the synopsis will go out and request people and let them know that we want to hire an engineer.
Correct, I
Okay,
agree.
and that there on the synopsis, they will submit information. It's not going to be on low bid. It's going to be based upon 3 different criteria, and each one of those criteria are weighted. And some of those criteria are important, like how do you ensure, how do you say it, quality control in your product before it's delivered. How do you do things? And then after we look at those, we'll go to a small, like it says in there, we'll go down to 4. or depends on how many get. And then we'll go out and have them come in for interviews. And then based upon those interviews, they will be a person will be selected to go forward on, and then a contract will be written
Yes, sir.
at that point in time.
That part I understand.
But we need to make sure that the public is protected and that we don't just give a checkbook to an engineer and let them go. So the motion is, any further discussion? Go ahead.
The synopsis, I mean, if that's what everybody agrees on, I don't have a problem with that at all. My concern here is that the attorney asked us to not cause any issues at this point so that he could do the whatever with his engineers and the engineer that we've used in the past. And he asked that kind of keep things nice and calm for a while so that he can handle this situation.
And
so just by putting this out there is going to give everybody, including the gentleman, the company that he's working with and trying to help us with, and of course ACES, which, you know, that's a whole nother ballgame, we're not going there. I just think that again, putting this contract out now is maybe putting the cart before the horse. Maybe we should give our attorney time to work through some of this. And I don't think we have any really big projects, nothing coming right now that we need an attorney for. Now, granted, it'll take us a while to sort through all the applications and find one, but I think we're rushing this a little.
And in the last, in our last meeting, it was already determined that ACES Engineering would be used, there was a motion made, and would be used to finish these three.
I understand.
Okay, so I don't, and what Mr. Hague was talking about, not putting cogs in the wheels or making bumps in the road, was, you know, don't make a motion that she has to pay for all the fines. Don't make a motion that she has to pay all the legal fees. Don't make a motion that you're not gonna pay her. That's what he's talking about. This is one issue that we're trying to fix. This other issue is gonna move us forward. And we need to go out with a synopsis. In the past, the way the last engineer was chose, did not go down the right path that gave us the right results. And that's why we need to do it this way. It needs to be done formally, and I feel that we need to do it now. Go ahead.
The other part of that is Leah Berg is aware, and she requested to resign. She has 3 projects to finish. In the meantime, we need to get an engineer on board so that we have things in place so we can move forward instead of, oh, well, Leah's done with the 3 projects, now we look for an attorney, or an engineer, I mean. No, you gotta get it in place ahead of time. She knows when those projects are done, she's done. We just need to be prepared.
I understand that, I just think it's moving a little too fast, that's all.
I guess
she already resigned though.
She already resigned. We don't have one right now. We need to
Other
move
than
ahead
those
with this.
contracts.
We need to move ahead. Dan, this is, yes.
She did resign, but she also stated she would still do any of our staff reports that she needed done or be on board if we needed her.
For 30 days.
She's not leaving us.
Dan, she said 30, Dan, she said 30 days. That's what was written.
Or she would stay on with staff reports also. I read it also.
Okay,
So,
that's fine. But what we're doing is going out and looking for a new, that is the board's option. We had discussion. If there's no further discussion, let's vote on sending out the synopsis. Excuse me, any other side visits? Please keep don't have them. When the board has a chair, we don't need to have side visits going on at the same time. We need to, the motion was made, there was discussion,
Don't you say a word anymore, and don't you say a word anymore, and you two be quiet too.
No,
Come on,
you were,
Linda.
Well, come on, that's
you
what
were-
that
you were-
was all
Linda,
about.
Linda, I had the board, and you were talking to Monica when I had the table. This
A
year,
few words was all.
that's right, but then we need to have order so we can get through this. Motion was made, there was discussion. All in favor of sending out the synopsis, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Motion carries. Okay, item number D, we taken care of. Item number E, synopsis we taken care of. Now we'll come down to item number D. When I attended the last county commissioners meeting, two board members asked me afterwards if I was going to be the rep that goes up there. So I want to readdress it. Dan, in the past, the president and the vice president was who attended in the past. And so I'm looking for a motion and a second to appoint the board president as a liaison and the chairperson of the law enforcement as an alternate for the Custer County Commissioner meeting. The funded position would be the alternate for funds. Request a motion? Request a second?
Sure.
Motion made, second by Linda. Any discussion?
I've got discussion.
Yes.
Is that person going to be going to every county commissioners meeting, or only if Hermosa issues are on the agenda for the county commissioners meeting?
I think that as an unfunded position, that would be me, that I would attend all of them. The funded position, if there's something on law enforcement or something like that, then we would have that. I think they're in, we're talking, Mr. Hague talked earlier about we gotta get relationships back with South Dakota DNR. We need to get relationships back with Custer County Commissioners. We need to get relationships back with the school board. We need to get positive relationships back with all these organizations. If we don't have an agenda item there, I won't say nothing but sit and listen. And so that's why we're requesting this. Further discussion.
So you'll be paid every single time we have a meeting?
No, I'm the unfunded.
Oh, who's the
I'm-
funder?
She'd be funded. And so there'd be items, when there's items on the agenda for law enforcement, then she could go. So we're not going, that's why I chose to be the unfunded, because I want to attend all of them. And the city don't need to pay for me to do that. I want to do it to build a relationship with the county commissioners, so when we do need something, they will know a face and a name and where to place it to. So, yes, sir.
So only if there's a law enforcement issue would Donna be going, since she's on the law enforcement committee?
Or if there is something on the agenda that, other than, if it was something that was legit on the agenda for Hermosa, and then she would be able to attend that also as a funded person.
So would you be attending those meetings also? If there's an item on there that's non-law enforcement, so you would be attending and Donna would be attending?
In the past, Bob, is what, I think what you're getting at is we are not looking to have someone funded every month. There's been times when Dan's been at the meeting, and there's been times when Linda's been at the meeting at the same time.
And not been
And then there's times when they're not.
paid. And not been paid for it too.
Yeah.
Well, let's get that straight.
Yeah.
That was, if Dan and I went, we were not both paid for it.
No, and that's not what I'm
And
asking.
sometimes neither one of us were paid for it, actually.
And that's always an option. But what I'm saying is that I will go, I want to go, I'll be going to school board meetings. I won't request funds for it. we won't request, I'm not requesting money to tender. We got things that we need to rebuild for this community. And I understand your concern is that we don't want to spend the taxpayers' money just for someone to go and listen. That's why I request to be the unfunded one. Go ahead, Dan.
And it wasn't that it was president was the liaison, or president wasn't the one. It was offered every time to every board member to go, if they chose to go. And nobody else wanted to go. Linda and I were the chosen, as usual.
Well, right now we have a motion. The motion is on the table. We've had discussion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Motion carried.
So for clarification,
Yes, Bob.
there will be somebody from the town of Hermosa at every county commissioners meeting, whether it be you or Donna or someone else that would be paid to go to the meeting.
If there was a item that was on the agenda that specifically dealt with the town and say, you know, I was in the hospital, I couldn't go, then somebody else on the board, vice president or whoever, if it had to do with whatever project, whichever committee it would be, then they would go and they'd be paid. I want to go just to be there. They requested that I do that. A couple of board members requested that I be the one to attend. And that's what we going forward with. And I'm not, you know, if we're not on the agenda, just like here, I won't talk. I won't get up and even get up, you know, during the citizens' input unless there's something that dealt with us. And that's where we're at on that thing, so.
You're just building the rapport, as I had done when I was going myself, too.
Yes, sir. Yeah. And there's things that need to be mended. Motion was carried. Now we go on to item number G. And request a motion. One of the things that we're looking at is town hall locks in the security system. I'm requesting a motion to have locks changed / rekeyed and have the company who installed the security / video system inside and outside the town office to come and reset all the passcodes for external by phone access to the system. I request
So moved.
Second.
Motion moved, seconded. Any discussion? With no discussion, go ahead with the vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say same. Motion carries. We're down to the next item, contractor's licensing ordinance. This item was up, it was in planning and zoning. It came back up from planning and zoning. Mitch came back and said he's responsible for putting together ordinances. This is what he put together. And so I would go forward to request a motion to approve the ordinance. Oh, go ahead.
This is just approved for first reading. We have to have 2 readings.
Oh, okay, that's what we need to do then. So the motion would be for the first reading. And was that first, Dan?
No.
First by motion made, is there a second?
I second it.
Second, now it's open for discussion. Go ahead.
So on this contractor's license, we're changing everything, well, the requirements of what we wanted to do on the contractors. Is Mitch going in and changing where we're gonna have it in the ordinance for the repair and maintenance then? And any repair and maintenance done on your house is going to have a permitted contractor also. Did he follow through all them stages or not? If he didn't, then all of that will have to be changed, and then it'll have to be put into the fee schedule too.
Yes, there's a lot of, thank you.
Good night, Bill.
And
So that was my question to Mitch tonight, if that had happened. So I would make a motion to leave this pending until we have legal here to discuss it.
Second motion?
I'll second that motion.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say the same. Okay. That'll be pending until legal gets back. Now again, Monica, I think I got all the numbers right. Request a motion to remove agenda items 14C, E, F, G, and H.
Could you read that again?
14C, E, F, G, and H.
Thank you.
A.
And A, that's right.
I'll make that.
Well, you don't want H on there because we're,
Oh, yeah, not
Okay.
H. A, but not H, yes.
Right.
Thank you very much.
mhm.
Okay. Motion made, is there a second? Second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say same. Now we're getting to the part where items from the citizens. No.
There's a mosquito.
Yeah. No action will be taken by the board on any of the issues related without being first placed on a future agenda by the board, okay, to allow for proper notice. A review time for the public comment period is we set aside 15 minutes. Doesn't mean we have to use it, but it's set aside. Meetings of the Board of Trustees are open to the public. The audience will be allowed to comment on specific agenda items the only time allotted on the agenda for those items, according to established procedures of the board. Okay, this time is for members of the public, the citizens, business owners in town, and those within the one mile radius to be allowed to speak and to address issues that affect the town. Anyone wishing to address the board during this time shall be asked to stand and identify themselves after being recognized by the board. Any public input? Yes, Bob?
Robert King, citizen of Hermosa. I was approached by another citizen about the spraying of mosquitoes, that she was not aware that the town was doing it, and she was very upset that they were coming around her house and spraying toxic chemicals where her pets and herself could be exposed to it. And I was just making you aware of this so that has public notice been put out that the spraying mosquitoes is occurring here in Hermosa?
Monica?
So, yes,
Send all the
we-
mosquitoes over to her.
Thank you, Bob, for the input.
Me and Joe did the research about it, and that chemical is not poisonous for animals, plants, or human. There was never notices put in the past about it, but we will start posting it on the website. I think I know the lady you're talking about, because she did call the office as well, and I told her about the next spray. But like I said, we'll try to do the notices, but as when I talked with Monty, he said it's kind of hard to predict very far in the future because of the weather. But yeah, we can try to do better with notices about it.
Yeah, I just informed her that if she needed information to contact the town office, and
Yeah.
they could then inform her of it.
Appreciate you bringing that forward.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the citizen? Yes, Chuck?
That stuff has all been tested and tested and tested, so I mean, the only thing that's really in harm's way is honeybees. And we are supposed to be notified by anybody that has honeybees in the immediate area. So, I mean, we can send all the skeeters over to their place.
And it's risk-based. What the diseases that the mosquitoes can carry is definitely
They've had a
deadly.
case of malaria already in the
Yeah.
state of South Dakota
Yeah,
from mosquitoes.
But Monica said we'll do a better job of trying to get the information out. Again, thanks, Bob, for bringing up what other citizens had concerns on. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to go into executive session.
Oh my God.
Do I have a second?
Guess I'll second.
Yep. Motion made and seconded to go into executive session.
For what purpose?
10:35.
Personnel. The people that would need to have an executive session is the board members. Finance officer, it's her choice. It doesn't deal with finance officer, so if you want to come into executive session, you can. If
I always
you're
stay
welcome
for
to.
executive session.
Yeah, you're welcome. I just wanted to give you that option.
Could we take a 5-minute
Yes.
potty break or 10, maybe 10?
Yep. And if someone is waiting
Are
outside,
you taking time to break?
A 5-minute or 10-minute, yeah.
I'm sorry, I have to go to work.
yep.
You ready?
I'll be back.
I know.
Maybe tomorrow.
Meeting like that.
Should I bring you a sleeping bag?
It's gonna have to be motions to have the meetings quick 9 again.
Yeah. Take care.
What was your comment, Dan?
Good night.
Thank you, good night.
See you
Nice to
guys
see
later,
you.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, now I can look at my weather app and see how cold it is before I go out there. I'm cold in here, for God's sakes.
They said this 4th of July was
55.
the coldest 4th of July we've had since 2015.
55, yeah, I believe it.
I remember they.
I remember one time it snowed.
Oh, I
Do you
yeah.
remember that?
Well, I remember we went up to Beartooth Pass and we got snowed on 4th of July.
Right. Well, I mean here.
And, yeah, and they did have snow up there. They.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird. It's, you know, I don't know if it's all the, I don't know what it is. With, you know, that we have all these changes. Because it's been a freak year.
Oh, it has been. I agree.
Places are getting flooded that they don't even get no water.
I know. God, my coat has a lot of dog hair on it. I say.
Bathroom still in use?
Yeah. I kind of could use one too.
Request a motion to move out of executive session.
Make that motion.
What
Second.
time?
Second.
At
10:52.
10:52.
Yay.
And need to get paid.
You can come in if you want. Anybody? Just you.
No motions? No motions came out of executive session. Trustee input? Dan?
Like I say, it's sad that the way our direction of our community is headed. It's sad in the circumstances that are developed in front of us and what's been worked towards. And I wish for circumstances to be better on a different level, but they're never gonna be there, so.
I would like to say input that I don't feel that Dan has given us a fair chance. This is only our second meeting.
Half. 1.5.
Oh, 1.5, I'm sorry. And I feel that The citizens voted for us. They want change, and that's what we're trying to do is change.
Okay, Vicki?
I would like to compliment you on the classes you've taken because it's been all on your time and it's been very extensive. It's nice to have the meeting run that way. I'm hoping we can all work for staying within your guidelines better. I failed, I will tell you that a couple different times tonight. I hope we can all improve. And I understand some things are not gonna change because he's just as damn stubborn as I am.
Linda?
I want to tell you, you ran this meeting better than you did the last one. Thank you for that. And
Yeah, but
please-
that was there and now this is here. I'll take it as a compliment.
It is a compliment.
Dan,
It
we're
is
not-
a
Dan,
compliment.
Dan, we're not finished yet.
And, but that being said, I hope that you can continue to improve to speed things up a little bit. And
And that's-
outside of
That
that,
wasn't your fault.
and outside of that, Monica, I wish you all the best, my dear.
Thank you.
And thank you, Halsworth, for the light display last night.
Oh, my
It was
goodness.
enjoyable. And on that, good night, everyone.
And I have a chance to get
Yes.
my input, so. I don't think that the town's mission is going in the wrong direction. I think that there's been decisions in the past that have caused a lot of money being spent. That's why we go out and do things by procedures, by process, to make sure, like on contracts, that we have what the requirements are, what the expectations are, and how you get paid, and you don't get paid until it's done. I want to thank everybody for the meeting. I apologize for how it's going along. I didn't think that we were going to have that much discussion. I'm just making a decision on to whether we were going to go up and ask for to do it. I didn't think we were going to have all that discussion. We had it. That's fine. We'll move forward, and the meetings will get better. And again, Monica, from what I've seen and what you've helped me with, I really appreciate it. We got some big issues that we're working going into the future. I think would be 2 August.
August 2nd,
Yeah,
so that's
August
our first meeting of the month in August.
And I think that some of the projects we're working on, like the law enforcement thing, I think that we'll be able to get that a long ways down. And
Yeah.
I really appreciate you working with Hank and getting things going, so.
Yeah, I mean, I'll help as much as I can
Yeah.
with the transitions.
Yeah. And with that said, with the transition, we need to aggressively look for another person, so we'll have to get
Hopefully we
prepared.
find someone quick.
Thank you, everybody.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
10:56, 10:56.
10:56.
Vicky made it, I'll second it.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, thank you.
Aye.